Okay, now we're live. All right. What? Why?
Can they hear us?
Yeah, they can hear us. What is that though? That doesn't even look like Guyver. That's just. What is that? That's seriously
Okay, let
from
me.
Star Trek? It looks like. It looks like goddamn E.T. went on steroids.
If he was like E.T. if he was mixed with the Guyver. That's a scary image.
That's a scary idea. I don't like that.
E.T. bust ass.
Oh, it's the Dark Elves special unit.
The Dark Elves have well, like they got a special ops unit that just looks like that.
The Dark Elves from Thor: The Dark World. The evil demonic Teletubbies.
Oh, I don't remember anything from that movie. Okay.
Look them up. They look like evil demonic Teletubbies.
Okay. Let me look up what the hell these damn things look like. Give me
Okay, he said Dark Elves
from Thor: The Dark World.
Thor: Dark World.
Thor: Dark World?
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay.
Oh, they do!
You're not wrong. They look like the damn Dark Elves from Thor. Oh my god.
Look,
they look like demonic Teletubbies.
They look like the Teletubbies if they went on a diet.
The Teletubbies. I don't remember anything from that movie, to be honest.
I didn't know there was a Thor: Dark World.
Like what was the only relevant thing about Dark World?
The only relevant thing about Dark World is they want to destroy Asgard with the what was it like?
The Reality Stone, the
yeah, the Reality Stone, the Ether.
Honestly, I think these Dark Elves look better.
I was really disappointed in the Dark World because I actually really liked the Thor movie.
I have a soft spot for Thor: The Dark World.
Well, it's funny you say that because I funny enough have a soft spot for the next Thor movie, Ragnarok. I know what everyone's opinion of it is. It's still a fun movie to me. It's not a movie that I would willingly go back to watch again. But if I were to watch it again, I wouldn't mind it.
Well, Cengiz, it's like I may not like the movie, but doesn't mean I'm just going to rain on your parade.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I really liked the fan art that's just Thor Ragnarok, but it's replaced with Bionicle, and it's totally con.
Well, of course, you will like that more. Because it's Bionicle.
All I like is Korg, and that's about it. That's the good thing I will say about it.
Korg?
Who's Korg?
Korg.
Oh, Korg.
Korg, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, Korg.
Man, is it...
I can't. Thanks to Robot Chicken, I can't take the word cork seriously anymore.
Damn it, Nick. Why don't we flip out for a second, servant? I was just messing around with our PNG thing, and then OBS had a little hiccup there. Don't worry. Don't worry. As long as the stream is still fine, we're good.
Korg.
Korg, he stole your... What was it again?
You stole your Stretch Armstrong!
You stole your Stretch Armstrong! No!
Mine!
Alright, Korg, because you saved
you
Korg, you get to choose one toy from the toy chest.
No more Jim Glass.
Oh, no.
God.
Is it? Man, that's kind of sad though now, because now I'm not really looking forward to the next Thor movie.
Yeah, so it feels like Marvel doesn't know what to do.
Well, I had a whole 2 cents topic about this, like.
Oh yeah, so you know my piece on Ragnarok. I will say this though, I'm at least glad they finally allowed Thor to actually become king
For 5 seconds.
for 5 seconds, and then Infinity War kind of said, and really Endgame actually said, nope, I'm just gonna go have adventures somewhere else and stuff like that. Which, so
You know,
I like the Russo brothers. I really don't like how they handled Thor, especially considering they don't like the idea of him being king. Which, no, that's his whole character arc. That's what it's supposed to be.
Well, it was
I-
I'm now king for 5 seconds. Okay, I don't really want to be king anymore, but at least I know I could still be a hero and announce, second down, I don't really want to be a hero anymore either. It's
You know what did Thor's character?
it's
You're not
just-
gonna believe it.
Uh-huh.
You want to know what did Thor's character arc way better, and you're not gonna believe it. My Little Pony.
Oh my god. It's
Explain.
true.
Explain.
It's
Twilight.
true. Twilight is Thor. Twilight is Thor, except as opposed to
Huh.
a young man who's arrogant, it's a girl who cares only about books all the time, and yet she is
Friendship. Ew.
and yet she is the top student for Celestia, who is basically Odin.
Uh-huh.
Odin in every single way, including not being.
But we gotta specify which Odin. Are we talking about Marvel Odin or are we talking about real Odin?
Marvel Odin.
Let's
Okay.
be honest, Marvel Odin. Marvel Odin. That would have been fucking awesome if it was real Odin.
Imagine
Like,
Celestia as real Odin. Oh my god.
So I
Twilight,
just
it
beat
tur-
my
Twilight, it turns
green
out-
short campaign.
It turns
No,
out.
no, we don't want.
It turns out Twilight. You weren't there to learn magic after all. You were just there to convince everyone to believe that heaven is just some big dining hall in the sky.
I've
No, it's a plot where the Celestia's plan was to gain more power by having everyone believe in Twilight, and then have Twilight make a self-sacrifice by getting crucified on a tree.
Okay, now we went from Odin to Yahweh.
No, it's the plot. It's the plot of America.
That's
Am-
Ymir, not Jesus.
No, American Gods.
I haven't read that.
yeah.
What's American Gods?
So Neil Gaiman. So the premise on American Gods was that
Uh-huh.
Like all the pantheons
exists.
did, and
But-
how would they
but-
function in modern day or something?
Yeah, but what happened was that because people don't believe in the gods and instead believe in some other things, there are new gods popped out, but the old gods lost powers.
Huh. Okay.
It's actually really sad because you can actually make I'm confident you can actually make Love and Thunder better by it's like you could just make it a fun adventure film where Thor because in one of the trailers I watched, it was like, Thor now wants to be peaceful. Why does he want to be peaceful? Because he kind of believes that violence only begets more violence. But then he runs into Beta Ray Bill, and he's inspired by Bill to be like, yeah, I need to
hammer
fully pick up the hammer again because Gore the God Butcher is going to destroy another pantheon. And
Gore is gonna kill the woman I love because the woman I love is decided, hey, let's pick up the hammer.
So,
Those broke up for some reason off screen.
But now we're back. Maybe not.
So the reason they broke up off screen is because Natalie Portman didn't want to be part of the Marvel movies anymore. But
yeah, until they decided, okay, here you get to have a bigger role now. What big role? You're Thor now. Oh, why did you just say so?
Okay. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of Natalie Portman.
Yeah, I thought they just got a helicopter full of carrying a big, like, cargo container of money and dropped it in front of her.
I'm pretty sure that's what they did.
Honestly, a better solution, honestly, with Natalie Portman's character. Combine her with Sith. Combine her with Sith or make her the Enchantress.
Huh.
Why not just do it?
You know what? I actually kind of want to go back to and watch that one episode of What If. Not because it's a good episode, because it's just a fucking, like, party of the MCU, just having a fucking party.
I just like the part when I forgot his name. He was just flirting with the Statue of Liberty.
Surtur.
Yes.
Fucking Clancy Brown.
Yeah, and he broke it and tried to fix it and like, yeah.
You call me baby.
fucking jacked Frost Giant Loki's just absolutely ripped.
I just like how like there's him going.
So it's a universe where Valhalla basically taken over.
It's pretty much just a universe if Odin never picked up Loki and adopted him, and apparently that leads to a party. That leads to a big party.
He looked like bro Loki.
Bro,
you know, my brother from another mother.
So basically, in short, the reason why Loki's evil is because of Odin.
I guess. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah. Here's
I think like the biggest thing though, like I guess just to wrap up this conversation, like I think the biggest thing to take away from Love and Thunder is it's someone please get an editor-in-chief on Marvel. It's like,
Other than Kevin Feige.
Clearly Kevin's too occupied to, you know, do his job, at least alone. Like, get someone else to help him out. It's like
Kevin needs to take a vacation. It's long overdue. So he needs someone else to fill in his shoes for a while.
It's like Thor. It's like, you know what? I'm gonna end of Ragnarok. I'm king now. For 5 seconds, and then after Endgame, you know what? Second thought, I don't want to be king anymore. It's but at least
it's a silly thing.
But at least I went through the whole arc that I'm still a hero. And now it's like, second thought, no, I don't really want to be a hero anymore. I don't think I'm gonna be a hero anymore. It's like it's like,
you know, it would be funny. So apparently, like, Bounty in the Comics decided to use the titles talking about something about Taika Waititi's trying to spin it as midlife crisis. It just makes me. What if the midlife crisis Thor movie is him trying to be party Thor, like the Thor from the first Thor movie?
You know, there's something I've been thinking about how the whole Lady Thor thing. You know, they made a hammer for dang it.
Beta
Give me
Ray.
a second.
Beta Ray.
Yeah, Beta Ray Bill.
So why not just give Natalie Portman a different hammer? I don't know. I guess
Well, here's the thing.
Or give her a sword.
Well, here's the thing. Bay Ray Bill has Stormbreaker.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
which is
right.
Thor's hammer. Thor's two-handed axe hammer.
And Natalie Portman always had Mjolnir. And if you notice in the trailer, there are a shit ton of cracks in Mjolnir.
So somehow
So somehow they picked up all the pieces of Mjolnir and put it together.
What, did they use an Infinity Stone or something? Did Steve Roger on his way to drop a love? It's like, first off,
By the way, Natalie.
That's right.
By the way, Natalie Portman. Here, this is an Infinity Stone from a different universe. Just remember to return it. I'll be back for it. Don't worry. I'll be back.
I'll be back.
No, they went to the collector. They got his cosmic super glue, and that's when they just started.
Cosmic super glue.
God, I hate to think this, but I'm pretty sure what they're gonna go with. Mjolnir repaired itself because it saw that Jane Foster was like the most worthy.
Oh no.
That is the most simplest and cop-out and stupidest way possible, and the most likely solution.
Yeah.
That Mjolnir has a mind of its.
Natalie Portman just feels, if anything, like it. Despite what already is going on with this movie, Natalie Portman just feels really tacked on.
Yeah, honestly.
Like what they're
But
doing with
even
the movie,
in the trailer,
it
if
really,
you watch the
it really feels
the
like
trailer
Natalie Portman
was-
is just a mandate. Like
Yeah.
I want to make this movie. Okay, but remember, we gotta add female Thor now. But why? Because we want her.
Well, if you look at the trailer, it's just Thor it's all about Thor and the Guardians of the Galaxy. We don't see the villain, but we do get to see 5 seconds of Lady Thor just to say, here's our new twist of the story. That's like, this is going to be the real focus of the movie. The Gore the God Butcher stuff is kind of.
Here's the
kinda
moment.
funny.
It feels like a PowerPoint. It's like, oh, here's the moment where the audience is going to cheer because something happened.
You know what's gonna be funny?
Why?
If it turns out she just let Natalie Portman does appear for a few minutes, and the rest of the show just focus on Thor.
That would be funny.
It's like, okay, you got your mandate, so leave me alone.
Yeah, and
I don't think they're
it'd be
gonna
funny.
go that route though.
That would be funny because it would also make give more crow to all of those reactionary channels. And I'm all about giving those channels crow.
Eat crow. But I learned where that came from. Well, wait, no, that's humble pie.
What, the term "eat crow"?
No, I was thinking humble pie. I got the two, and I'll just mix it up.
Oh, okay.
But in short, if you just have a movie, Thor, Beta Ray Bill, and Korg going to repair Mjolnir to go save the Greek pantheon from Gore the God Butcher, I think that would have been a really good movie.
Oh, add Hercules. You might as well add Hercules as well.
Yeah, and Hercules.
It would be like like you can even treat it as like the former movie, quote unquote, is like a pub crawl, but with like a different MacGuffin, like where it's like they're all like partying. It's more of like, yeah, this is a raucous good time. It's not supposed to be taken complete seriousness.
It's not seriousness, but he can still be a hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just the fun of it.
Like the big thing.
Because I don't.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it's like, I don't mind like the Thor movies being fun. It's just I don't want them. Like I feel like, yeah, Thor is fun when it's about the gods, not just about here's Thor doing wacky things with the Guardians. It's just Thor he's with his partner is a horseman, his best friend's a rock. He has to go help like the half human, half god Hercules,
You know,
to save his kingdom. And that's just your funny great adventure there.
hey, don't I remember those Door commercials when Door just lived with this guy as a roommate?
Yeah.
I want more of those. Oh, this one. No, not.
I feel like
Not-
if they wanted Thor in space with the Guardians, they should have introduced Beta Ray Bill. Well, they can't do that anymore. I mean, no, they could still do that. I don't know what. I don't know what they're gonna do. Thor's just gonna hand off Stormbreaker to Beta Ray Bill. Like, here you go, Bill. You have my new hammer. What are you gonna do? I don't know. Just punch people to death?
Thor would do that.
So I've worked on my upper core.
Yes.
Odin's son is well equipped to take on the Horde. Yes.
I learned new magic. I cast Fist.
I cast Fist.
You cast
Oh,
Fist.
Jiggy, you're not the streaming the
OBS?
Yeah.
Because I don't want.
Yes.
Because I don't want OBS. I'm trying my best to minimize applications because every time, for some reason, Saturday night OBS always wants to crash on me. So I'm trying my best to give my computer a break here.
God, I cannot. I'd be happy if they decide to finally introduce Thor's best friend, BoJack Norseman.
BoJack Norseman.
You know, watching a music video of the modern Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers theme, of clips of that movie, I am no.
Well,
Wait, who's that on? Who's that on his belt?
Oh, it's Todd, his roommate.
it's Todd, his roommate.
Explain.
Well, I mean,
I just told you what it was. I told you what it was, Comet.
Comet.
No,
have you seen BoJack Horseman?
No, I thought that was like a joke and why it was on his belt. He was on his belt.
That is the joke. It's
It's his roommate.
It's his roommate. That's the joke.
Oh.
All right. Oh man, I got a Prime versus Prime video of Scourge. But anyway, it's Comet. I got a question.
Yes.
Show us your tabs.
Oh yeah, Comet.
Sure. I'll show you my tab.
Comet.
Here's my tabs. See my tabs?
No. You gotta show us your damn tabs, Comet.
Including Windows.
All the tabs. Don't hide any bullshit, Comet. We need to see all of it.
I saw 3 on one window.
All right, here we go. Show. Okay, no. All the windows, Comet. Every window.
I can't show all the windows.
Just share your entire screen then.
Oh.
Share your entire screen.
Oh, okay.
This is your punishment for.
God damn it, Comet! No one told you to watch fucking Chip and Dale?
Well, I hadn't. I was gonna review something.
So 3. Okay, so you got for the Disney stuff. And there's 3, 6, 9.
That's 9 tabs. Okay, wait. But 9 tabs on one window, but then 3 more on the other window. That's still more than 10 tabs right there, Comet.
That's for the second window's for tonight. It was for this stream.
History. What's your history?
What history?
Show us how many tabs you closed.
1. Oh, good. You're learning.
I think our wait. How was?
Well, the only other thing is discard.
Okay. You get off tonight, Comet. You get off tonight.
Okay, so here's what happened. I was gonna review a mod but unfortunately, the mod it was like an entire story mod for Fallout 4.
Okay.
Like a separate, and it started glitching out. I'm like,
so
dang it.
instead, you decide to pay Disney Plus money to watch Chip and Dale.
I'm gonna watch some other stuff. I saw a double toaster review of the Chip and Dale movie, and they spoke.
Okay. This is a real question.
Wait, Comet.
Was Chip and Dale? No, Comet. Was Chip and Dale the first thing you saw when you got the Disney Plus?
No, I clicked on a couple of other things.
No, did you watch? What did you watch before Chip and Dale?
Oh, I saw a little bit of the Avengers and
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
all the way through.
no. Because
So Chip and Dale.
I got it.
So you,
I got
you were
it.
watching
I
a bit of
lit-
Avengers, and then oh hey, Chip and Dale is out. I'll go watch that.
No. What happened was, the dang glitch. And I'm like, dang it. I'm gonna do.
Okay, your Halo mod glitched. Okay.
I'm like, then Double Toasted posted a new episode, a new review for Chip and Dale. I'm
Okay.
like, and I just like, yeah, I want something to laugh at. I'll listen. And they, gave it pretty good review. I'm like, huh. And I heard a couple other things. Like, people saying not bad. They expect that. I'm like, huh. Well, even though it's on Disney Plus, I'm not paying any extra money for it. I got nothing else. So,
Okay.
what's the worst that can happen?
And what is-
Black Comet, not as bad as I expected. It's still bad.
so,
Oh, no.
Yeah.
so now, Comet, tell us what is your honest opinion of this movie?
Mediocre.
Mediocre.
Okay then, show's over.
Yay! Yeah.
No, but I got some other stuff. I want.
Okay.
Now,
Oh man.
I want to talk. It's like it's more like it's like a couple of things about this movie. The only good thing I like about the movie is like some, okay, I recognize some of the references, and
So you liked the
I
movie
rocked.
because there were moments where you go,
No,
I
no, no.
clapped! I clapped when I saw it!
no, I'm not saying I like the movie. I said it's more like giving the movie a little bit of credit. I didn't like the movie, but I didn't. It's super generic, but there's some. But like, okay, I give you credit for that, and they make a little joke about milking a franchise, ironically, with the fast, stop you Batman versus ET. And
Is this supposed to make me laugh?
I know. Then there's Fast and Furious Base. It was low about humor like that.
Okay.
Honestly, the only thing I really like is Ugly Sonic.
Why?
I don't know. I just found it a little bit like, I only known you for 3 seconds, but your personality endeared me to you. But your teeth is still freaky.
Why?
Hey, by the way, Changus,
Uh-huh.
Ugly Sonic is an important character.
I know, apparently, according to, screenshots, he's part of the FBI?
Well, he's doing a show with the FBI.
So it's not even part of FBI. Oh, okay.
He has connections.
But then he brought in the FBI.
Okay,
This is FBI.
hold on. Wait, you know what? Yeah,
Look.
let me put the spoiler
Look.
tag on. Might as well just put it on.
No, this movie is mediocre.
No,
A mediocre
no,
does not.
John, if it's mediocre, then what's the
Changus.
point of hiding any spoilers? Just say what you're all
Changus.
thinking. What?
Chingus, I don't think anyone would care.
Well,
It's like-
either way, let's just put it on so we can get this over. So comment. At least tell us what is the premise of this cash grab of a movie?
Essentially, it's like, Roger Rabbit.
Yes.
Okay, this is a world where Toons and whatever, Toons are actors
Yeah.
and Chip and Dale are actors, and they can do the squeaky voice. They talk in the squeaky voice, but it's voice acting. And they said pretty much Chip and Dale, they were struggling. Then they got their show. Then Dale being in Chip's shadow, because Chip, Chip was
Wasn't it Dale in Chip's No, wasn't Chip and Dale Shadow? Because from what I read, Dale had the spin-off.
Yeah, Dale. I'm sorry. Yeah, Dale was in Chip's shadow,
Uh-huh.
and he tried to get his own spin-off without checking with Chip. And Chip was kind of like, whoa, 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 what are you doing? Because if they separate,
Uh-huh.
then there's no Chip and Dale, and the show gets canceled, and everybody loses their job. And guess what happened? They lost the job.
They lost the job.
Yeah, because Dale tried to go solo,
Uh-huh.
but Chip's shadow, and they go through all this pretty much they got dropped. You know, the career went down the gutter.
Uh-huh.
So the career takes a pause, and then the movie cuts.
So there's obviously
Cuts
a time
30 years
skip.
later.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
time skip.
30 years later.
So
Now it cuts to Dale at a con.
uh-huh.
You know, he's across from Ugly Sonic. Then he was trying to stay positive. And then right next to him is what's his name? The guy from the candle guy from Beauty and the Beast.
Luminaire.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah,
Game of
Luminaire.
Autographs. And next to Tigra from Avengers United We Stand.
Huh.
Oh,
And yeah. And
Also-
first off, another thing, the animation is terrible.
It's
It's always
terrible.
that.
Wait, go on.
so Dale becomes CGI,
Mhm.
and they kind of made a joke about this. The reason he looks CGI is because the joke could have been better in a better movie. But the reason he's CGI is because that's just plastic surgery in the animation world.
Yeah. And
He has to get plastic surgery to go with the times, which could have been a funnier joke. Again, a better movie, but it's not funny here.
also, there was another joke about Chip being like an old cartoon, something like an old cartoon trying to rap is just something like cringy or something like that. You know, like
Okay.
trying to keep up
All
with
right.
the times.
So let's fast forward a bit. So what's the inciting incident? You know what happens?
Oh,
that gets the plot
Monterey.
moving?
Well, Monterey Jack has Chip got a call from Monterey Jack,
Okay.
their old adventure pal from, in the cartoon,
Mm-hmm.
and they come over. He's like, "Look, listen, he has a stinky cheese addiction."
Okay.
And he's like, "Look, Chip, I'm in a little bit of trouble here. I have a lot of cheese, but not enough bread."
Hey man, can you give me some of that fix, man? Oh, that's good, man. Oh,
Well,
yeah.
no, he bought a lot of cheese, but he didn't have the money. He bought from the Valley gang.
Okay. So this is a
And
mob
what?
movie. So this is a gang movie now.
And blah blah. Let's fast forward. Dale dang it, I keep getting that man's name. Dale comes in, and there's a bit of a cold shoulder from Chip. Saying he says he's okay, but he's not okay. Monty, then they split up. Go Chip. At this point, Dale's trying to get the career back, while Chip is like, I'm done with Hollywood, and went on to become a insurance salesman.
He's an insurance salesman.
Yeah, and he's doing pretty good, except, he goes home alone. Only thing he has is a dog. A normal sized dog.
Okay, so
Look,
so
Like,
this is,
just imagine. Okay, so all the plot points are there. Like you have like the band breaks up, and you see them in their individual lives. One of them cares about like holding on to the old fame. The other one wants to move on, and then
so
in his
so this is all of a sudden a mob movie now. Okay, so they gotta deal with the dealer and stuff with
Yeah.
fucking
Now,
cheese
now what they-
drugs or whatever. So they
what
go.
do they do?
So they go to meet the dealer and stuff. What then?
Well, the thing is you can't pay up. But the thing the dealer does, if you can't pay up, is they bootleg you. Imagine this: you're a famous actor, you owe them more money. You can't pay up. They take you, steal you away, give you some extreme plastic surgery so you don't look too much like yourself because you're copyrighted and such.
Okay.
And create those asylum style bootleg movies you $5 for $5 that people buy you because they can't either instead of the real thing.
It's slavery.
Yeah.
Okay.
They just straight
it's
up
human
kid.
Oh yeah, pretty much.
But basically, it's a trafficking ring of cartoon characters.
Yeah.
Chelsea, the CGI chipmunk in the picture, that's stale.
Yeah. Essentially, yeah, they seriously keep make bootlegs make bootleg movies.
Right.
It's
buddy. Sorry, some guy outside my house just started revving their engine. Like, calm down. So they go to deal with the stuff. Something about bootlegging. What then?
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to...
I got the Wikipedia article. I got the Wikipedia article up.
Oh, you got the Wikipedia article out?
Talk about the main one.
The main, well, might as well talk about. Essentially, they try to save Monterey Jack with the help of this. Well, one thing also another thing, minor thing I like about the movie that J.K. Simmons is like a police detective. A police detective Gumby.
No.
Yeah, J.K. Simmons is in this. Sorry, Chingus.
I know that. Okay, so what is so what happens next? What's just let's try to keep this pace going. So plot wise, what's the next major incident that affects the story?
They trying to go down the main street, which is where some tombs who can't get a job do use their copyright image to sell illicit products.
Okay.
And they meet up with the dealer that Monty Jack buys cheese from. Went on the ground, got found out, got strapped together, sent to the headquarters of the Valley Gang, which is a section of the city known as Uncanny Valley.
Okay.
Where all the uncanny stuff live, the bad CGI, like the CGI that looks real but unsettling.
Yeah, we know.
Oh, sorry.
The name is kind of obvious. Like this.
And where the cats reside.
Right. That's what.
Yeah.
That's what it means to be in Uncanny Valley.
Yeah. They got taken to this factory where bad part is, worst part is when Seth Rogen, the dwarf, came to the door.
Okay.
And they got
despite Seth Rogen. So what then?
Well, they went to the legit part of the Valley Games business, recycling old merchandise, etc. They went up to the boss. Turned out it's an older Peter Pan. More on that later.
Okay.
Turns out he went to business because he got dumped when he got older.
Speaking of Bojangles the Sad Horse.
Bojangles the Sad Horse?
Yeah, Will Arnett is Peter Pan.
Ah.
Yeah. Honestly, I think, and then for some reason he got an Italian accent, a mob accent. And throughout the movie, with the help of this sidekick police, they slowly piece together where Madre Jack is.
Okay.
About save everybody, and Ugly's not coming with the FBI.
Okay.
Oh. Well, with the help of they save everybody with the help of the other two members of the cast.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what then?
Well, they save everybody. Peter Pan. Well, the Peter Pan got put through the machine that changed everyone to make them less of themselves. Turned into like abomination of parts with Optimus Prime leg, Woody's leg, Wreck-It Ralph arm, some cat, and
Okay.
yeah, don't ask.
Okay.
And final fight, and they won.
And that's it.
And that's it.
Yeah.
There was
I will fill up something. There was a subplot about them working with a cop who had a bad tip, who acted on a bad tip, who was set up for a failed raid, but who was a huge fan of Chippendale, and it's
the thing about that raid is like, I got a bad tip. There was some case for to look for Peppa Pig after her disappearance.
Yeah, they raided Nickelodeon Studios.
and they're like that day, but that day the two
Everything changed when the Fire Nation kidnapped Peppa Pig.
Change it, listen. And that day the Toons fought back. After fighting the Paw Patrol, David cannot have kids ever again. Yes, the Paw Patrol.
what is with this? Okay, I got a question. Comet, because you've seen the movie. Who do you think the film was made for?
I don't know. That's my question. I'm like, okay, is this a nostalgia trip? Is this like?
Because it's clearly not for kids.
What are you gonna say, Not?
I feel like it's trying to be like again, it's trying to be like Roger Rabbit, where there's cartoon characters everywhere, and they're interacting with each other, from both Warner Brother and Disney. Except it would have been even more fun if Disney actually worked with like Nickelodeon to have their cartoon characters in the movie. That would have been fun. But it's like okay, so you have cartoon characters interacting with each other in this world where they're both actors, yet they still act like how they do in their cartoons. And it's not like it's not like Roger Rabbit, where it's like you have this where it kind of makes it's this fun sort of like hard-boiled detective mystery with Bob Hoskins. And he's the main character. Yeah, Mario Bob Hoskins, yeah. Like he's the main character, and Roger Rabbit. He's there, but he's like the partner.
And I'm right with Roger Rabbit. And you brought Roger Rabbit. I just want to point out that Roger Rabbit is also in this movie.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Like,
yeah.
Like, how much of adult content was in Roger Rabbit? And like,
in the original cut of Roger Rabbit, you can actually see Jessica Rabbit's vag.
No.
Also, I want to point out.
Wait, hold on, one at a time. What were you gonna say, Not?
A lot of the humor in Roger Rabbit is just okay. It pertains a lot of to the same type of humor that Warner Brothers and Disney had in the past. So it's like a lot of the adult jokes they would make is just how a lot of the adult jokes that Tex Avery or I'm blanking out on the name.
Was it a 40s cartoon? The joke was made.
It was like a 40s. Yeah, like what a joke was made in a 40s cartoon.
Okay,
that was the extent of the joke.
Which is yes, it's has adult connotations, but it's not that bad. Like, I'm doing this as a comparison because Chip and Dale, me just reading through it, it's just like, oh my goodness!
Okay.
Like, this is beyond from a crazy judge who wants to kill every tune. This is.
I'm pulling up the Wikipedia. Okay, so development and pre-production. So in May 2019, Akiva Schaffer was close to replace whoever the previous director was as the film's director, while Dan Greger and Doug Mann become his new writers. I looked those guys up, and the only thing I could find out is apparently both of them worked on a bunch of sitcoms, including How I Met Your Mother. So, set to follow a, quote, meta, something self-referential and cool, end quote, take on the characters. David Hoberman and Todd Lieberman returned as its producers, and the project will be a co-production between Walt Disney and Manifold Films. Okay, so Greger and Mann has started a new script as a spiritual successor to Who Framed Roger Rabbit, taking into account the changes in animation techniques in the 4 decades since Roger Rabbit had been made. They wanted to keep what they felt made Roger Rabbit successful, being that the film's, quote, is not talking down to the animated characters and playing it real and to the top of your intelligence, end quote.
Nah.
That is not at all what I got
Not
from
talking
whatever I
down
just
to
heard.
animated characters.
You completely
Not talking
changed
down to the animated characters.
You completely changed the animated characters. You had a mouse bang a cricket.
Your villain is Peter Pan. How are you not talking down to your characters?
You literally have Gadget marry the housefly and have kids. I don't know how.
Don't ask questions you don't answer for the child.
Schaffer agreed to direct the film after he was sent Greger and Mann's script. He agreed to the film's self-referential humor, his love for both the original series and Roger Rabbit, and an interest in working on animated films. The film features cameos from several non-Disney animated properties due to Schaffer wanting the film to be a, quote, love letter celebration of animation, end quote, similar to Roger Rabbit, and felt including only Disney characters would instead make the film, quote, just a celebration of Disney animation, end quote. Well, it's a Disney movie at the end of the day, so I mean...
I'm sorry, no, Joe, what you say?
Where's the anime references? Like Disney had...
There was a Master Roshi, buffed up Master Roshi, a knockoff Naruto, Ash Ketchum.
So the sick bitch ones.
Yeah.
Non-Disney companies authorized through Disney's legal team for their characters to appear in the film after Schaffer assured them that it was, quote, not going to make fun of their characters, end quote.
You literally use...
Yeah.
You literally use Ugly Sonic!
Okay, where's that? Where is...
Well, Sega didn't sign off on it, and it falls under parody law, so they're still fine.
Yeah.
It's Ugly Sonic, not the actual Sonic.
Yeah.
I don't think Sony or whatever they're going to really care about that.
I remember someone on Twitter posted like a screenshot of like all the shows that they have rights to for this movie. I'm gonna try to find it.
Sega on Sonic, they're pretty chill with stuff. If it was Sony, then they probably would be upset.
Okay, here we go. I found the screenshot. Okay, so the producers wish to thank, this is from the end credits, Chippendale footage courtesy of Disney Toon Television. Clip of Albert and Costello from the Albert Costello Show, Full House, Monsters vs. Aliens, Kung Fu Panda, He-Man and Skeletor from Universal Studio, as well as He-Man and Skeletor from Mattel, MC Scat Cat, courtesy of Paula Abdul, MC Scat, My Little Pony, footage from Alvin and the Chipmunks, oh my god, no, The Simpsons, several Lego stuff, including the minifigure, the brick and knob configurations are trademarks, Peter Pan footage and 101 Dalmatians, audio courtesy of Disney. Hey, Detective Flores from Big Mouth. Why? And Ghostbusters.
And
This-
and Randy from South Park.
So did they just want this to be their Space Jam too?
No, they wanted to be the next food fight. They wanted to be food fight.
Oh, I remember that movie. Don't mention that movie, please.
I mean, like the references. Like they had Rick and Morty in Space Jam too.
Yeah, it's like
You know,
then like Space Jam 2 is the perfect example of what was this made for? Because it's like presumably it was made for children, but like Warner Brothers is just adding a lot of references that children will not get, and Disney seems to be just doing the same here. Well, like don't want to blame the company, but still, it's like.
Okay, I'm getting the feeling that the right now the people who are in charge of making our children entertainment for children don't know how to write for children because they want to just write for themselves. They want to do it for themselves, but they don't want to put it. They just want to write themselves, even though they're marketing towards children.
sounds like it. And also, since if I would get this in, I want to talk about the villain Peter Pan a little bit and how messed up
Oh.
you know how he got rejected, got done when he got too old. Well, you know the original voice actor for Peter Pan.
Mm-hmm.
What about
If
the original
all-
voice actor?
Okay. You see what happened with the original voice of Peter Pan?
Uh-huh.
Well, he got old and started getting acne,
Okay.
and Disney just dumped him, like
Oh.
unceremoniously dumped him. And at the time, they had a partner with this guy named Howard Sue, and he did not like child stars
Huh.
or Disney kids. And
Okay.
he got dumped, and well, he never got a job. His career went down the drain,
Oh.
and he died at 31.
Oh.
Oh
That-
my goodness.
He died at 31 alone, and they
Oh.
didn't alone homeless. They didn't identify
Oh.
they didn't identify the body for a year until his
Oh.
mother looked for him.
Oh my god.
And they can't even get the body for a proper grave because he was buried in a pauper's grave.
Yo. That's.
Yeah, like
Well, I want to give this movie a shadow of the doubt, but I don't think that's what they're trying to attend. If that's what they're trying to attend, that's scummy.
That's a
Yes,
terrible.
because-
That's a
Yeah.
stupid joke.
That's a.
like
That's a.
yeah,
Okay.
like
If that it is what they're, if it's intentional, like they had this from the start, then yeah, no. But if they didn't, like it's just like all a sheer coincidence. It's still that's still someone really should have
yeah. Like
someone
could-
should have read through this and like. You guys know you're kind of treading a thin line here. What do you mean? Well, you see, the original voice actor for Peter Pan. Oh.
yeah,
We
on one hand,
we didn't mean to
Sorry.
do it.
yeah, on the one hand, I could see people, you see, like giving a shout out. Maybe they just didn't know. They was going for the old classic child star grow up, and they couldn't get another good joke. But at the same time, when Peter Pan and just said, and then I hit puberty and got acne, which followed quite closely to what happened to the star. You gotta beg the question, you know?
Because I don't like the villain. Because one, it's Peter Pan. Like Peter Pan is a recognizable character who's still liked, who's still very much loved by a lot of people. Why are you making a villain out of him? Like Roger Rabbit had the right idea when Judge Doom was the villain, because Judge Doom was an original character for that movie.
Honestly, I'm sorry.
No, it's just like that. Like he was an original character in that movie, so he fits the quota of being a villain for the film, while at the same time not trying to bastardize any character, any pre-existing cartoon character.
Like
Honestly, they could have made.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna say they could have made that the cop that helped them be the villain, because they did lay down some red herrings. Hinting that she was behind it.
Okay.
Behind it. But then they went with the classic police. It was the police chief who was the traitor. The corrupt one.
Well, my whole thing is like, just looking at that story, is just like, this story does not fit with the premise of a live-action world with cartoon characters.
No.
Yeah, it
Involving beloved children's properties. I'll add that as a caveat. Like, if they did something like this, but it's like anime characters, and depending on and it's like more of the adult anime, then we're talking about something.
Wait, did they ever do that before?
I doubt it.
I don't think so. Like, if the joke was, okay, here's like just some random voice actor for Peter Pan. It doesn't have to be like the first one. Just like some random voice actor for Peter Pan who couldn't get look after like voicing Peter Pan. He could just be made up. And it's like, I'm living out my fantasies as Peter Pan, and that's why I'm doing something silly instead of like the crime thing. I'm doing something silly, and I'm just kidnapping cartoon characters in my own personal Wonderland. No, Wonderland, excuse me, Neverland. That would still be that would be a villain thing to do, and it'd still be fun.
Actually, that does sound fun. Like, he just makes essentially his own cartoon. He makes his own Toon World, essentially.
I remember that game.
I'm referencing Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. It's like, he just makes his own Toon World, and everyone, he's just taking everyone, and that's just like the joke. I feel like the problem with this. I think the problem with this movie is it tries too hard to be modern and a bit edgy. When I mean by edgy, not like like Sonic the Hedgehog, but just like, here's like, here, look at us. We're doing, we're changing the characters in a way that you didn't expect. Like, Changus, when you read from that description, it's like, we wanted to change these characters, make them modern, make them cool. That's when something shivered up my spine, because that just sounds like what. Sounds like what a.
You alright?
It sounds. It definitely. It's just an instant red flag. Because every time that I hear that, we want to update something, like insert property, old property of some sort into the modern day, it usually means is that they either are too scared to just stick with the original spirit of the source material.
Mm-hmm.
Like, remember, Chip and Dale is about a bunch of small cartoon mice going on adventures to rescue, I think, animals?
Yes, and how do you know they're chipmunks?
Yeah, they're chipmunks.
They're rodents.
Yeah, they're all
rodents.
Yeah, they're all rodents. So, but it's just a small team of rodents going on wacky and fun kids' adventures rescuing other animals from other evil animals. And it's in the real world too that may have like contributed to some obstacles.
I mean, like, wouldn't the joke there be instead of them being actors, they're just like documentarians? Just like they're actually saving animals and they have a film crew with them. Like that'd actually be more funny.
Oh
Yeah.
It's like the wild thornberries.
So,
oh yeah,
the real
but
wild swordberry snake.
but also like you can have the gag be that the crew that's following them are idiots and they're the experienced ones.
Team Rocket.
So like the character that changes throughout the movie, you have like a character who's like assigned to be part of the new crew that follows Chip and Dale, and he thinks like at first he kind of dismisses them because he thinks, oh, this is just gonna be easy. And then he realizes, oh no, this is actually quite hard and scary.
Huh.
Like,
Also, I was trying to look up the whole Jessica Rabbit thing because I swear you could have seen her vag, but no, you were right. Not it is paintings. However, I found this.
Oh boy.
oh no! What form of Jessica Rabbit porn?
R/movie details for a single frame and Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Hold on, I'm not going to show this.
Nope, I am not
No,
looking.
that's why I DM'd you.
Nope. Nope. I'm not
Oh!
anything with Reddit.
I see. We're not showing that. No.
No, that's why I DM'd you.
Okay then. Nope.
Then show that chance get banned.
No. Also, just real quick.
No,
Also, real quick. I just want to address something a bit earlier in the comms. Servant, look. I don't want to think this is. Let's not try to shift the blame entirely on Disney, okay? Like it's very easy.
Yeah,
it's very
not.
easy for us to just say, "Oh, well, it's because it's Disney." You know, we have our beefs with Disney and stuff. We all have our issues with it, but let's not try to blame, a single like umbrella, thing. Because at that point, you're just making Disney as, what's it?
You're just you're reducing everything to forces. You're reducing everything to a force, to like some conglomerate. It's like
There's a word
it dehumanizes people.
There's a word I'm looking for. Scapegoat. You're just making Disney a big scapegoat.
Like there are executives in the company who might think of these ideas, but they do not represent the company as a whole.
Yeah.
Because there are people in that company that there are people in that company who are not engaging in those same decisions that you are also blaming with the broad brush.
Yeah, so
clearly, it seems to me that this was a case where they brought in these writers specifically, and then they just got approved.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they just didn't really pay attention. They just
so if there's anything like for example, like the whole thing with Peter Pan, you could say, that's offensive, whether it's intentional or not. But at the end of the day, let's not blame Disney as a whole for that. It's clearly not their fault entirely. It's the fault of several individuals.
Yeah, you can blame them for not like catching it on in the process, but then again, most people wouldn't know that.
honestly, I didn't even know about that until I saw someone mention it on Twitter.
So
yeah, like that's like there's some things that is just meant. If it was there, it was a stealth joke.
It's still a pretty shitty joke, but it's a joke nonetheless that they thought they didn't really pay attention to. They didn't really think of the repercussions,
and they didn't think people would get it.
You know? But at the end of the day, that's the fault of just several individuals, not Daddy Disney's entire fault.
Because there's plenty of things you can blame Disney for, but when it comes to projects, the actual film projects,
like who the hell is the current guy in charge of Disney again?
Another Bob.
Bob Chapek.
Bob Chapek.
Apparently, he cared more about parks.
He cared more about parks.
Bob Chapek was the VP of the parks and activity, and the nickname that people have to him is called Cheapskate Bob.
Cheapskate.
He just loves cutting. He likes cutting things from the parks and just charging more money for you to get less.
Oh.
Now, are you fucking telling me that this is just real life Krabby Land?
It's Krabby Land.
Yes. Disneyland and Disney World under him was just real life Krabby Land.
That's horrible and amazing.
Oh my goodness.
Meanwhile, Universal is Plankton.
Universal's Plankton.
Universal's Plankton. I mean, man, Plankton made a great theme park. Holy hell, man!
Good job, Plankton. Yeah, but at the end of the day, let's not try to blame an entire thing. It's not Cheapskate Bob's fault that the movie turned out the way it is.
Yeah, because otherwise, the only way you could be consistent is that you praise Disney for all the good stuff as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
yeah, it's like
if you don't do that, then you're not consistent.
Well,
and it's
speaking of praise, though, looks like a lot of critics like this movie, so that tells you a lot.
Because I kind of know why. Because so a couple of weeks ago, I hung out with a friend watching a review of the Batman from this podcast called School of Movies, and they're horrible. I have suffered through 2 podcasts of theirs, and oh my goodness, it's horrible. The one on the Batman, he hated the movie because he had a horrible movie experience for a movie he did not even want to watch. He spent about 30 minutes complaining about the conditions of the theater, that he'd rather watch it at home, which he could have waited over, but he felt like he didn't even want to watch the Batman because of meta reasons, because it looked like it's still more dark and edgy Batman. I want a more fun Batman, like Adam West.
I had to look out for a second. Are you talking about Bob Chipman?
Oh no, School of Movie, who are friends of Bob Chipman. And so their favorite thing, they love meta stuff. And so, of course, critics would love this movie because it's meta.
I think that's just my biggest thing that just rubs me off the wrong way of this movie. Just what is it with everyone's obsession lately with? Hey, look at this! We're so meta, guys. Look at us. We're self-referential. Do you like it when we notice ourselves?
Because Changus, if they point out the flaws of their movie, 1, they're being smart, and 2, they're making a joke about it. So that just avoids criticism. So they're doing something good.
And also, it's supposed to be. It means that it's humorous.
We're terrible on purpose, guys.
Look, we're terrible.
This isn't a flaw; it's a feature.
Exactly. It's just like, yeah, Nick got it right. I burnt your food, but it was on purpose.
What are you? But meanwhile, hey, Michael, stop pointing the piano on so hard. Da, 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 da.
It's like,
Hey, you! Stop making a good Viking movie. A historically accurate Viking movie.
I hate
24. Stop with the Asian multiverse.
it's like, I'm just tired of everyone all of a sudden now. Like that seems like that's like the two big trends now. Everyone wants to do is multiverse and meta. Like, look, guys, we're doing a multiverse now. Look, guys, we're aware of ourselves. Clap, please clap. Buy our stuff.
Other trend: being miserable. Being miserable by either reviewing stuff to the oblivion. And
like if. Oh no! Go ahead, Ninja. I'm sorry.
well, you're either gonna review. Basically, everything has to be deconstructed. Everything, everything, including you can't.
The boys. Sorry.
Yeah, and also when it comes to online stuff, like you watch on YouTube, anything that is like analysis that's mostly deconstructing something has a lot of more views. And I'm not saying that that's not fun, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it. But but I think at this point, the internet has been a little bit too obsessive over it. And now we're at a point where if anyone tells you can't tell them, it's like, hey, stop it. They just assume that you're all about toxic positivity.
Oh, that's a word? Who's saying that?
Basically, oh yeah, I have toxic positivity, or another word, copium. Another one is copium, where basically it's like, you can't.
People use copium for like a meme, though.
Yeah, well, sometimes they actually use it very seriously. Where if you say,
I've only seen that word being used for like memes.
I heard one time one person said like, oh, if you've seen the new Doom movie, people are wrong. They have a ton of copium on them, like.
Okay.
Okay, screw you. That movie was awesome. Like,
you know what? Well, I'll say that. Okay, you know what? Okay, whatever. That's
right,
your
go.
opinion. If you think I'm on copium for watching Dune how many times now, well then, time to huff more. Gonna go watch it another time.
So one of the servers, the same server that I did the live stream on, lately, like one of the pieces brought up this video from Ink Tank about this very topic, and one of the guys spent hours deconstructing the argument, saying like how he didn't format his argument a lot, and saying that it's a crap video, even though the entire point is literally what we're talking about. It's just that, and like he even didn't say, it's like, yeah, there's bad stuff, but people can enjoy it, and you can enjoy it too. You can enjoy deconstructing something. But we have a problem with our internet land here in internet land, where we focus so much on breaking stuff apart, and I'm at a point. It's like, people, why don't you just find stuff to
Oh, are we good?
Yeah.
Are we good now?
Yeah, I think it would be time to move on
Yeah, I want to.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of want to end about my little thing about the messed up Peter Pan thing, but
Oh, okay. Okay, we're back. OBS reconnected. There we go.
damn you, Shockwave!
Every Saturday, for some reason, it's always Saturday. Not when I do anything taxing. It's just when we're just having a podcast. OBS, nah. So that's fun. Okay, but so I guess let's wrap this up now, because I think we're done talking about the movie itself. So
Yeah.
is there anything else you need to say about this movie, Comet?
Don't watch it. Oh, yeah, don't watch it.
Oh, there we go.
It's not worth your time.
Mm.
It's one of those things where at best you just watch and forget. And yeah,
You alright, Joe?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright. Okay.
All right.
So we got the cringe stuff out of the way then. Alright.
So speaking of talking about some positive things, instead of complaining about people complaining about stuff.
Uh-huh.
Oh, what about the people complaining about people that complain about people?
Well, then it just becomes an endless loop of just complaining.
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me, okay, I gotta check something.
Go ahead. So, Ninjato, you decided to read the Silmarillion. Silmarillion.
Correction. It took a couple months. It took about one hard day of listening to it, and then a long break, and then finishing up in a couple days.
Now,
But yeah.
This is me not having any knowledge about Tolkien stuff other than watching movies and stuff. So this is like Tolkien's like a big like world building book, right?
Sort of. There's two big ones. There's two.
Okay.
So Silmarillion is one of them. The other one is Unfinished Tales, which you could probably guess. It's called Unfinished Tales because I think it got published after he died, right?
I imagine that would be the case. Yes.
Yeah, because it's unfinished. Like Silmarillion was technically published after he died, but it was completed, and so essentially what the Silmarillion is that it's the record of mostly the first age of Middle Earth, with an overview of the second and third age. The third age with the least amount of information, the second age with the most, and the main focus is on the first age. And even then, it's not like a complete story on the first age, where like there's a lot of instances where this big event happened, like the War of Wrath happens, and this is the consequences of this war, and this is who won. And so it is written in a more general view style, and some of the stories Tolkien did expand upon with their own tales, like Baron Luthien, Children of Hurin, and Fall Gondolin were the ones that got expanded upon the most.
All right.
And yeah, but so from the Comic Crypt podcast that our lore stuff or Lore of the Dunces, where the main plot is mostly about Morgoth and Morgoth's shenanigans, wanting to corrupt the world of Middle Earth for his purposes against the will of Iluvatar, who's God, essentially, and how the Elven kingdoms tried to stop him, and ultimately end up failing because of a curse that they're doomed. They were doomed to essentially get their butts handed to them and required help from their cousins and Valinor.
All right.
But it's tied to the doom of man as well, and they defeat Morgoth, and then you get 2 sections. The final 2 chapters talks about what was Sauron doing until the events of Lord of the Rings. So you get some more interesting tidbits about Sauron and how cool he is, and also more about what the White Council was doing, like the general history of the Third Age.
Okay.
You don't get any lore on the hobbits, how they came about, and you barely get any lore on dwarves or the Easterlings. Like, essentially, you get the most lore on elves, followed by the Numenor, who becomes the Men of the West, and that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Oh, okay.
And I found the book very enjoyable. I definitely recommend you read it after you read The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings, or at least you get a good knowledge of.
Okay. But what if someone decided, nah, I'm just gonna jump in blind? Like, hypothetically speaking.
Hypothetically, that the madman who would do it that way, it's pretty much like a Bible in terms of how it's written.
Huh.
Yeah, that's how I've had it described. It reads like the Bible.
Oh, okay.
So it's very
It says the Bible.
That's how it's the Brobel.
No, the people is like, Changus, do you dare question the words of Jeff?
I really don't want to get into the stuff in the lore in the Silmarillion, because we're doing a podcast about Silmarillion, about Lord of the Rings lore.
Oh, right.
And I want to have your fresh.
Alright, speaking of which, you could check out that lore on Ninjato's YouTube channel. Nightbot,
I still need to
do your sing, Nightbot. Please work.
I do need to get that thumbnail. I need to get that thumbnail ready so I can pop it up.
Alright.
But yeah, this is a short and sweet one. It's like, yeah, Silmarillion's great. Anyone else has opinions on the Silmarillion stuff?
I read a bit of the Silmarillion back in middle school, because I read through The Hobbit and I read through Lord of the Rings. I'm like, okay, and now I can read through the Silmarillion, and I'm like, what is going on? It's like, I'm so used to the third age. I don't understand what's happening. Like,
yeah, that's a big shock. Is just the characteristic of the first age is very different than the third age, and also not only in writing style, but also in scope. And characters are a lot more larger than life.
They gotta be larger than life.
If you're reading Silmarillion to Lord of the Rings, it's like the equivalent of reading Dragon Ball Z from Super, and then by the time you get into Return of the King, it's regular Dragon Ball.
Huh.
So power up after power up after power up?
Powered down. Because of the amount of destruction the powerful has done and how they keep wiping out each other. So the preceding generation.
He goes from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan in 3, and then just normal again.
And Ultra Ego Instinct.
What the hell is Ultra Ego Instinct? Is that like the new
Vegeta.
thing?
Vegeta's thing.
Yeah, Vegeta.
Ah,
Vegeta has ultra ego when Goku has ultra instinct.
So instead of his hair being bigger, does his head become bigger?
huh.
His forehead becomes bigger. Yeah, that's
Comet, if his head became any bigger, he'd fall over.
Okay.
No, he just gets a bigger forehead so that he could join the cast of Code Lyoko.
exactly.
I just realized my fucking mic was muted, and I made the fucking Code Lyoko. I made the Code Lyoko joke before Ninjato did. So now I'm pissed.
Always check your mic.
What's shit? I don't remember the Kolyoko song. All right. So, is there anything else we need to say about the Silmarillion, though? Silmarillion.
Silmarillion.
I'm not sure.
Whatever. Whatever. Tolkien's Bible. That's just what I'm gonna call it for now. Tolkien's Bible.
Ninjato,
Yes.
why does the Silmarillion sound like some type of lizard or dinosaur?
It sounds. The Silmarillion just sounds like another metal that Tolkien didn't disclose. It's like, okay, you have Mithril, and now you have Silmarillion. It's like Mithril, but more expensive.
But more expensive.
No, it's the adamantium of the Lord of the Rings.
Well, here's the thing. Okay. So the main thing about the Silmarillion is the reference to the Silmarils, which there's only 3 gems, and they came from the tree, light tree, a special tree that had light. And then Morgoth, with the help of Chinggis's favorite character in all of Lord of the Rings, Ungoliant, suck out all the light from the trees.
There you go, Chingis.
What is your post? The entire opening to Kolyoko can fit on their foreheads.
So who's Yumi's father? The leader?
Alright. But I guess if that's all there is to be said, then we can move on. So
Yep.
Alright then. So now that we're done with with our reading club, we could get into the weeb shit. SGD, where are you?
I'm Overwatch, I guess.
Oh my god, he's God? We should have nuked Australia in the first place. No, we decided to go for Japan instead.
What do you think charged the colony on the country?
Yeah, but that's not gonna happen until a few decades later.
But you're gonna know why he tries.
No, it'd be no. I gotta imagine this scenario. You drop a colony in Australia.
Uh-huh.
Everyone died except for the koalas, and they evolved.
That's a terrifying idea, Comet. That's terrifying to think of.
Everything evolved, but their brains remain smooth.
So everyone just becomes stupid. Okay.
They become
Well, that's so terrifying. Because they're now big
still
enough.
act like normal koalas. They're just bigger.
They're just bigger.
But they're a little small. They Hulk speak.
That's
It just makes them.
They're still
Scary.
they're still raped to the point where it's safer to be a lesbian.
My God, Nick!
That's literally how koalas work.
I know. I've seen the Casual Geographic video on koalas. Oh my God. Okay.
Obviously, this is a great segue into Love is Like a Cocktail.
Yes. Yes, it is. So,
Love is like a cock.
so Shitty, what is this anime?
This anime is a small adaptation of the Alcoholism Married Couples manga. Because a lot of people don't seem to understand this, but the reason why your favorite anime did not get a second season was because they want you to buy the manga.
Ah.
So this is about 13 episodes, and they're all about 3 minutes, with an extra 14th episode that only came to streaming much later than the other 13 episodes for some reason.
I see.
And of course,
It always works that way. Like the secret 14th episode, you must unlock when you buy the DVD, like the Blu-ray or DVD pack. This time it's just on streaming.
and because every episode is more or less an adaptation of a chapter from the manga, so that's why they're so short. Where I say they're 3 minutes, but that's including credits. Only the first and 13th episode have the animation going into the credits. But then a couple of things are changed in the manga. Like one episode technically cut out a panel, which I guess it makes more sense because Sora is sick. So Chisato goes out and buys groceries and then cooks something, but fails because she's terrible at housework. But in the animation, they skip that, which makes more sense because she cooked all their food.
Uh-huh.
Another thing is, because they skip over the chapter detailing how Sora and Chisato met, they reference that in one of the episodes. It's just a brief animation. Then one of the later episodes, its first half is one chapter of the manga. Then the rest of it is a much earlier chapter of when they met, and then that leads into the next episode, and then comes out. It's a different chapter again. And then in the ending credits for the 13th episode, there are a bunch of references to the manga, but if you haven't read the manga, you're not going to know which scenes they're referencing, or like why this character is sad. It's like, and they also cut out a joke, which I really liked, but I guess they're trying to streamline it for 3 minutes, where Chisato's co-workers and her go to a bar, and one of them thinks Sora is into her before she's told that's Chisato's husband, and then she's really depressed because she really wants a boyfriend.
Oh, hey, Serena.
They cut. No, it's not a new anime, Serena. It's a few years old. It's just a handful of 3-minute clips.
You haven't watched a new anime in a while. Well, to be fair, Serena, I don't blame you because you've been really busy. Actually, speaking of Serena, Nightbot, where are you? I summoned the Nightbot. Do your thing.
Do you mean Vete?
No. Vete is only available when Gojira's around.
It's mostly just 3 minutes of lovey-dovey slice of life stuff, Serena. So I don't think you'd be interested. And so for the most part, the episodes are essentially in line with the manga. Like this chapter happens after this chapter, so that episodes follow the same order. I didn't bother rereading the manga to figure out which chapter corresponds to which episode, but I recognize. I remember this chapter. I remember reading this chapter. But then, of course, we run into the problem of which company had the streaming rights for English. And everybody drink because
Oh man.
Oh boy.
we're gonna go on a rant.
Oh, all right. There we
First,
go.
can anyone tell me what a plum split is?
Do tell.
Oh, I don't know what a plum split is
Oh.
because that's not what the Japanese says. some big brain missed the Dakuten on a toe character, so they thought it was a toe character instead of a dough character, and they butchered the entire word trying to make sense of their own mistake. Because it's supposed to say spread. So they misread spreado as spreto. So someone got paid to do that translation. Other annoying things are the subs, like they call them Mikan and Orange. The fan sub I read called the Ume Spreado Umeshi Highball, which
Wait,
I don't know what highball is. But at least they didn't screw it up as bad as Split. And they called a Mikan a mandarin or a tangerine, which is technically closer. Because you can clearly see the fruit being displayed as not an orange. And just other things that tick me off. Sora generally says Meshiagare or something when giving Chisato a drink. They translate it differently more than once. Essentially it means like eat up, or in that setting, drink up. And then another time they translate it as try some. Like, you translated it multiple times and then you translated it as something different. It's like, why?
Things like Japanese. I can no longer view this the same way ever again. You are trash.
Yeah, things like Sora leaves the house at one point saying "itekimasu," that's Japanese etiquette. It's literally "I'm going." So usually it's translated as "I'm going now." They translated it as "talk to you later." That's more of an informal thing and really not what's being said. So that's annoying. But it just comes off as very amateurish to me. And it's not even amateurish is the wrong word. It's like you're not even bothering. Like you should know, if you can understand this word, you should know that translation isn't as accurate as it should be.
I feel like this was an anime. I feel like this is leading up to the arc where SGT just decides, fine, I'll sub it myself.
No.
SGT, your subtitles are wrong, but I don't want to fix it.
SGT's not gonna fix it. He's just gonna beat them until they get it right.
People paid to read these subtitles. I didn't. I was on a pirate site.
Oh.
It is the morally ethical thing to do.
The morally ethical thing to do.
If you are not providing a good service worth paying for, then you do not deserve my money. Yeah, maybe I wouldn't be making such a big deal about this if Crunchyroll didn't freaking gaslight me in Ghost Game.
Oh.
Kinkaku and Ginkaku mono vaccines. Like, that's not right. That's not right. Hey, I'm right. They are viruses. That's what the counter says. Let's say Badramon is a virus. Like, okay, I don't even need to look that up. I know that's wrong. They haven't made the same mistake again, but I'm not holding out hope that they won't. But yeah, I really enjoyed the manga, so of course I enjoyed this.
Hey guys, I gotta head off.
Alright.
Alright, good night.
Have a good night, Comet.
Alright, have a good night. Back off.
But Sora's voice actor, he sounds like he's really phoning it in. Like, he just sounds so dejected. And like, this isn't even his first role. Like, if this was some guy's debut in anime, I could understand, but this guy's had quite a few roles. And I did get used to it. I'm not sure if it's just him getting better or the fact that, like, it's fine, sort of thing. And Sora's voice actress is better, and I think she has way too many roles for me to recognize.
Oh, okay.
And she sort of goes up and down between good and all right in the role. Like there's certain moments where, like, yeah, she doesn't really fit it very well, but most of the time she's pretty good. And then we don't really get enough of any other characters to bother discussing.
Oh, okay.
But I did remember another problem with the subtitles.
Oh.
Sora used to be a bartender and sometimes still bartends in the old work, and he calls the owner Master because he's the one who taught him. The translations just replace it with the owner.
The owner.
Yeah. So it says like Master is out. Instead it says the owner is out. Which like bad Crunchyroll. Because that's even how he addresses him in the manga. He calls him Master. Because that's the word he's using. He's not using some Japanese, he is saying Master.
Ah.
But
Are you sure you don't want to?
honestly,
Are you sure you don't want to sub it yourself, SGT?
no, I don't know enough Japanese.
Oh.
Do you have any idea how many times I rewatched Steel's Dramon dying in Ghost Game to try and figure out the last thing he was saying?
No. Okay.
I couldn't tell if he was saying Miko to Dewa or Dawa. And yes, that does change the what he's saying.
I see.
Changus. It's SGD. That entire scene in Blade Runner, where Deckard is just trying to figure out the photograph. He's like, rewind. Stop. And ends.
I watched a Metal Gear video and a guy said something, like, the person's humming this, and I couldn't understand what the hell he was saying. Like, he was talking about a song from the game or something. Like, I had no idea. I didn't know he was saying anything legible. I thought he was saying something in French.
Okay. So what did you learn from our man Hideko Jingles from that video, SGT?
Nothing I didn't already know.
Oh.
He was saying love deterrence, but it sounded like he was saying love deter. I'm not the guy you want to go to do a full sub job.
Okay.
So what does that sound like? Are they talking about like plums? Like plum?
Alright. So what... Is there anything else need to be said about this anime, though, SGD?
Not really, but it's just a little bit of fun to watch. You know, when you get home from something. Definitely. So I recommend the manga.
Wait, so
Maybe
why
it's like get you
why
into
is the manga called something different than the anime?
Because that's a very common thing.
Huh.
I think, like, different ways of getting attention, I guess.
Yeah, it's like I used the Blade Runner example earlier. Nick mentioned that too much earlier with his descriptions. It's like they changed Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep to Blade Runner because the first name is clunky, and it's hard to sell a movie with this title. So we need to give it a different title.
Okay.
Yeah, not sure if the name was changed in Japanese, but I think Love is Like a Cocktail is just the English.
For some reason, whenever I hear this word Blade Runner, I'm only now thinking of this, but God damn it, I can't unthink it now.
What?
I just want someone to make a movie called Running with Scissors.
What? Okay.
Runs
Long
with
time
scissors.
ago, in a galaxy far away, Naboo was under an attack.
Oh,
And
this
I
is
thought
reference
me
to
and Qui-Gon Jinn could talk the Federation's in to maybe cut them a little slack. But their response, it didn't thrill us.
I didn't know this was a musical episode now.
Tried to kill us. We escaped from that gas and met Jar Jar and
What is
Boss
this singing?
June.
We took a Bondo from the sea. We went to Thee to see the Queen. We all wound up on Tatooine. And then there we found
What is this?
Boy.
Boy.
Oh my,
my,
Mr.
this here
Anakin
Anakin
guy. Hey,
Mr. Sunday, now he's just a small fry.
Oh my god, you guys are not even singing in tune anymore.
Kisses mommy goodbye and said, soon I'm gonna be a Jedi.
What are you guys singing?
Soon I'm gonna be a Jedi.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a common thing for like Japanese titles to be translated to something else.
Okay.
Like Attack on Titan. Like some people say the Japanese is attacking giants or advancing giants.
Huh.
But to English they changed it to Attack on Titan, which in the context of the show makes no sense whatsoever.
Huh.
It sounds
There's no place
cooler.
for Titan.
But,
Yeah, it just sounds
because
cool.
it's appealing to a Western audience. They need to make it really grab your attention.
Ah.
The Italians are attacking us. Why are we? How would that? How does the title make sense?
Okay. Well.
Right now, just wish it was just Shadow of the Colossus, where we're just basically killing innocent creatures.
Okay. Well, also, they're attacking the Titans, and also the whole premise is the main character wants to kill all the Titans.
Now he wants to be free.
Well, yeah, but that's his first starting
He
motivation.
wants to be free by starting everything in the first place.
Oh, he wants
And,
to kill Titans
killing
with
everyone.
Titan kill his mother, but actually he made a Titan kill his mother in the future by using powers to control the past.
So because it's the only way to get everything precisely right, so that Paradise doesn't get wiped out.
I'm glad I never got into Attack on Titan. That's just confusing.
Actually,
Well,
can you make a game of what do you call it? Of like that girl that boyfriend looking at another girl his boy, like his girlfriend is surprised but replaces the boyfriend with Shockwave. The girlfriend is
Aaron,
what was it called? Milliardo.
Sex
And the girl Shockwave is looking at
is Aaron Yeager.
the main character. Yeah, it's Aaron Yeager. It's like, I love his stupid plan better.
Who's the girlfriend?
Zex Marquise.
Zex Marquise.
Zex Marquise. Just look up Gundam Wing. Just look up Gundam Wing Zex.
Wait, all I can think about is I can't not call him now Zex Marcus.
Well, also,
Marcus.
Zex Marquise's planet is basically Char Azazel's.
Well, okay, no, but it was Char's plan to have it that he's gonna kill everyone so there will be no more war.
Yeah, like the total advancing giant. Like people have broken down. Like, what exactly does this refer to? So if you just tell an English speaker, like, "Oh, yeah, the enemy is advancing giant," they're gonna be like, "What the hell does that mean?" But it's supposedly referring to Eren being the advancing giant.
Huh.
So it's called Attack on Titan.
Giant.
It's cool.
Advancing Giant is actually a cooler name because it's like Attack on Titan makes no grammatic sense because it's like it sounds like you're attacking a place, like and it's not polarized, so you're attacking one Titan.
Uh-huh.
But they called alcohol to married couples instead of making it a personal attack on all the people who aren't married and drinking anyway, like me who's never had a drink in my life. To Love is Like a Cocktail, which gives you a much better idea of what the show is about. A married couple and the scenarios they find themselves in.
SGD, what would it take for you to have? What would it take for you, SGD, to just take a sip of wine?
No.
No?
Yeah. So I do want to say something like, even though it's about the whole Attack on Titan's ending. The only reason Eren's plan would actually work is because the whole world building of is basically it just reveals that there's like everyone hates them, and it's all connected to a bloodline, to like something mythological at the source of the Titan powers. So basically, what he was doing is that he was giving him the perfect situation to basically let the god of the Titans to let go of her curse on the people.
What?
Isn't the twist of Attack on Titan just M. Night Shyamalan's The Village? It's like they realize, oh wow, there's another civilization over there.
Okay, no, that's the twist on season 3, and it was set up. It's one of those things where they set that up, like, but it's like one of those things is like, you see them having tea, but you notice that, there's canned goods and coffee in another language, even though the premise is humanities was that it was set up.
And about the Titans being monsters, after they swallow someone, they tend to spit them up. The reason is because they're trying to instinctively find someone who can become a Titan so they can be human again. So yeah, just killing innocent people just trying to be human again.
Yeah, and also the reason why Titans are attacking that specific place is because it's revealed that the Titans that were sent there were part of a nation called Marley, who are just like Imperial Germany.
Okay.
But with the Nazi imagery, and the people who are these Titan creatures are Jews.
What?
Yes, they use Jewish imagery of the Holocaust.
Wait, so Attack on Titan is just a Holocaust?
That's part. Wait, so the whole premise, the main writer got this inspiration. His inspiration in terms of themes is bullies. So you have the beginning of the story where you have to stand up to the bullies bullying you, and then of course, you find out the reason that they are also being bullied by somebody else. But also you get the other subtext of, our heroes ends up becoming the bullies.
I don't know how that works. I don't think that works that way.
What kind of bullies did this guy have?
It's one big bully, but then it's all revealed to be a cycle that is because a goddess. I need to read it to get the full details, but apparently this goddess, there was something shenanigans going on with this goddess lady who ends up creating this Titan curse. And
sounds like something someone would write if they were high on crack.
Like, does he believe that bullying? Does he believe that bullying is caused by gods? Because if so, that's amazing.
No. I'm talking about specifically, like, that's thematic, right? And like, so the whole reason that the Titan curse actually exists is because this lady got screwed over, and she couldn't do the right thing and let go of a bad relationship. And sure, this curse is the result of that, of like her obsessive love. And basically Aaron's whole thing was he sets up everything in place, all of his thing to set up so that he can have a situation where the woman who loves him, his main love interest that he does care about, but she also cares about him very deeply, have her kill him in order to save humanity, in order to save the world, which then convinces the guy that, oh, you can do the right thing and just let go of the curse. And then thus removing the Titan powers. And
this sounds like something someone would write high on crack.
Well, it's most manga ends up being that complicated by the end.
I don't know about that. Well, I don't know what kind of mangas you guys are reading then.
Sounds like you tried to inject too much complexity and meaning and thematic themes into a work that didn't originally have those things intended.
Yeah, it's like if if George Romero, if he were still alive today, bless his soul, were to just say like Night of the Living Dead is just about it's just about like bullying, and he just made this whole mythology of like, no, someone cursed a god cursed a human being because they couldn't get over a breakup, and that's why we have zombies now.
Well, I need to read the stories myself. I don't know the exact details on it. Like, the only details I know is like some of the mechanics of like the weird time thing where essentially, in order to explain, it's explained that in short, he can't really change fate.
Okay.
All he can do is change slightly the circumstances. So he used an example of where a kid would have been died in an alleyway by a bunch of people beating up on him to death.
Okay.
But he saved it. He saved the kid, but then it's revealed that that kid still dies to maintain balance, but it's died during an event into another event. Specifically, the rumbling, the big event that Aaron caused.
This sounds like a shitty version of Get a Robo.
Well, the problem is that so imagine Get a Robo.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Except the world does not encourage, like, purposely keeps hammering down the attitude of the Getter pilots or Comet.
Okay.
Like, any moments where it's like, okay, like, you know how like Comet like inspires people to do something.
Yeah.
It's like you have that moment in the anime at the beginning, and then hammer. Nope, you can't do that. You can't work that. You can only solve by actually using your brain or and teamwork and stuff. Or just keep hammering you down until you learn, main character. Aaron, you can't just be a shonen hero.
Oh.
And then part 4 is he goes back. Is that, okay, finally, I can be this shonen hero. And, oh great, I have this future foreknowledge. And look, well, time to be a homicidal maniac.
Okay.
Because it's the only path. Because he did the Doctor Strange thing from Infinity War, apparently.
This is not at all encouraging me to pick up Attack on Titan. This is...
Yeah, even before all this stuff happened, I didn't want to read the manga because they had this really bad plan. Like, okay, we know these guys are Titans, but we're not going to immediately take them into custody. We're going to do this situation and act like we had no freaking clue that they were Titans, but then we're going to reveal after that situation happened. We knew the whole time. So they got away. They tried to... They show off them starting a fight and then later reveal in the manga, like, oh yeah, we knew they were Titans. That's why we did the things we did, even though the things we did doesn't line up with us knowing they were Titans.
Okay. Okay.
And the manga had one rule about Titans, like you die after this many years after becoming a Titan shift or whatever.
Uh-huh.
Except for Aaron's father, who lived it longer than he should have. And I don't think they ever explained that.
Oh, he just lives longer. Okay.
Yeah, also, there's the really stupid thing of the Titan who ate Aaron's mother was his father's first wife. Like,
What?
that's an unnecessary connection.
Anyways, that's the thing.
Read Alcohol is for Married Couples. It's a much better manga.
Whatever the hell was just described to me does not make sense. This whole conversation is just the main thing I get away is I'm not picking up Attack on Titan. That's too convoluted. So yeah, there we go. Okay then. So yeah, that's you just do what SGD said, and then also watch this anime as well, and not Attack on Titan. Have we seen Black Lagoon? I have, Chelsea. I've seen Black Lagoon. It's alright.
Yeah, it's alright.
Oh, servants had to call it a night. Ah, damn it. I didn't get to say goodnight to him.
I haven't seen Black Lagoon. I just know the Japanese have a fondness for putting black at the start of an anime title.
Okay, guys,
Black Clover, Black Bullet, Black Butler, Black Lagoon.
Man, the Japanese really like their blacks.
I think one of those actually uses Kuro, but most of them are black, like the English word black.
Huh.
I've noticed that the Japanese really love using 3 English words. That's black, gunmetal, and over limit.
Over limit. My new anime is Black Steel. I don't know what's a word for over limit. I don't know.
Do another word plus.
To another word plus. I don't know. Exceed. Why not? I don't know. But this my new mecha anime. It's called Exceeding Black Steel. I don't know what it's about, but it has the 3 words. So there you go. It'll sell like hotcakes in Japan.
They really love black in Digimon.
No, well, here's the thing. You have to do a long title, like an overly long title to tell you the premise of the story.
No, that's only if you're making a romance novel, like this. Like if you're making a romance light novel.
Yeah.
And then you get to make the overly long title.
No, isekais.
Well, a lot of things explain the premise, but if it's really long, it has to be a light novel.
If it's an isekai, then it's probably a light novel isekai.
That later gets turned into an anime.
Well, yeah. Everything becomes an anime eventually. So yeah. Long story short, though, yes, I have seen Black Lagoon, though, Chelsea. I have seen it. Don't worry. Okay, let me just stretch my back real quick. Ooh. Alright, there we go. Okay, so we're done with our weeb talk then. Okay, so now we could talk about... We're going back to American stuff now. Japan, we could talk more about Japanese shit later. We're going back to American stuff. Why'd you change
Nicholas.
to Kuanik? Nick?
I have specific reasons that I can.
I'm pretty sure we're in a class.
but-
We're in a class, Changus.
Okay, but
No.
hello?
Do you see the profession? Do you see a clipboard?
No. Okay, but can I ask Nick what does Bionicle have to do with Predator?
Nothing, but I'm pretty sure I couldn't use a xenomorph.
Ah. Well-
Let's just say that.
Well, it's not gonna. Well then, hold on. Then give me a second to change something on stream. Then, for
You could probably just like put like a PNG of a blue Picari on it.
like, well, speaking of which, yeah, that's because I have the thing that I use for Bionicle 101. There we go. There we go. You have Takua's mask on now.
So, Nicholas, tell us why does alien with vagina mouth hunting Arnold Schwarzenegger in a jungle? Why is it so awesome?
Why is it so awesome? Oh man, where do I begin about why this fucking thing, why this ugly motherfucker is one of the most badass things in fiction? Also,
Uh-huh.
man, like this thing, first of all, this fact that this managed to that this is a franchise of 3 movies and 2 crossover films. No, I'm not mentioning that one other one, so don't even goad me into mentioning it.
What do you mean?
Exactly.
Exactly. Oh, you gotta call it a night? Alright, Serena.
Good night, Serena.
Ha! SCP made it! Hold on. Let me pull this up on stream for people to see.
I like his stupid plan better.
I like a stupid plan better. Actually, you know.
Honestly, Shaku's plan is more stupid because his is just a stupid motivation.
Of course, the one who believes in a god would have to take issue with my plan.
I mean,
You know what, Ninjato? You know what, Ninjato? At this point, we might as well, for the next Lord of the Dunces, we might as well get the Shockwave stuff out of the way, because I really gotta talk about this guy.
okay, well, we can do it next month. We could.
Okay, yeah, we could do it next month. Because Shockwave...
Yeah, we'll delay Sauron a month, and basically say, yeah, this is Shockwave, and then we have Sauron, who's like the Chad.
Called the
we're
called the image debt plan instead of debt plan.
all right. So where was I?
you were gonna talk about why Predator's so badass.
Well, I think one of the first things that got mentioned. So like normal horror franchises, it's like mostly like random teenagers being killed by by random monsters, and mostly rednecks in the woods. However, Predator, the victims, like the kind of people who would go to Camp Crystal Lake and just gun down Jason.
Yeah, a lot of
it wouldn't even be fair.
Yeah, a lot of horror movie victims are inept people.
Yeah.
Or Predator, it's like these are professionals.
These are professionals, and yet this thing can take them down. And also just rip out their spine and skull with ease. Why does he do it? Trophy hunting.
For sport.
Like a ritualistic, for sport. Whether it's like for ritualistic reasons, of being a savage like culture, or he's just a rich dentist going on holiday. It's just like Predator's fucking badass. Also, like, one of the things I really like about Predator is he's not a mindless monster. He's very methodical. He thinks. He really is a hunter. He's really like thinking and plotting. Like at the end of the first one, where Dutch is trying to goad the Predator into a trap. Predator sees the trap and goes around it.
What are you doing? Come on, what are you waiting for? Do it! Kill me! Do it now!
I'm gonna go the other way. No, I didn't intend that. Ooh, I did not think this through.
It's like, wow, like Dutch is like, they're learning.
Oh shit, I did not think this through. Psych, I did! Literally, the only way you could really beat the Predator because let's be honest, it's gonna be almost impossible to outfight it because this thing is fucking strong. It could tank a shotgun. It's not immune to bullets, but it's gotta be a gun that could hit really, really hard.
It's just very resilient.
Very resilient. I mean, like literally in the first movie, you see it get shot and bleed, like this, like really green, translucent, like neon, like blood, like a glow stick.
If it bleeds,
we can kill it.
Yeah. So you know it's not invincible. However, this thing, let's just say it took Dutch a lot of prep work for him to finally take it down. And
even then, he didn't kill us.
Yeah. And even then, if you manage to wound it and it gets away, it has a med kit. It can patch itself up.
Well, and then you also, the worst case scenario, if it can't get away, it just takes you with it.
Yeah, exactly. With a fucking nuke on his wrist. If you can't, let's be honest, it's almost impossible to actually outfight the thing. So you have to outsmart it, and it's already smart. You really have to plan, like, come on. I know it's a trap. Joke's on you. I knew you knew it was gonna be a trap.
You have to.
I'm playing 5D chess.
Exactly, you need to play 5D chess.
So essentially, you have to be a JoJo protagonist.
Essentially.
You fool!
Yes.
I know you would fall for my trap. Joke's on you. Just the predator just imitating for. You fool! I knew you'd fall for my trap. Oh shit! I did not think this through.
Nick, I have a question.
Yeah.
Before Xenomorphs, what did the young bloods had to hunt in order to be, in order to complete their training?
I would assume something very, very fucking tough.
That's scary to think of when you think about it. Because the Predator's already a fucking tough motherfucker. If there's something that the Predator has difficulty killing, it's like, oh shit, I don't want to fucking deal with that.
That's why it really likes the fighting aliens.
Because there'd be different clans of Predators, they might have had their own sort of goal to accomplish, but then when the Xenomorph came, it's like everyone wanted that.
the xenomorph came, and everyone's like, "We found the perfect prey."
And Predator 2, it's revealed that these guys don't just hunt humans; they hunt everything. that could there's like some alien T-Rex skull. Speaking of Predator 2, the medkit can actually regrow severed limbs.
Huh.
Okay, but that's a little bullshit, though.
Yeah, I do want to say something based on the first one because that's what I saw. I say what makes the Predator badass as like a horror monster is that his kills, like he fights like the competent uber tough guys. His kills are not full of characters acting stupid for no reasons. Like that really helps out.
It wants to hunt. It wants a challenge. It wants someone who's not just like skipping around doing la la la. No, it wants something worthy to prove that it's worthy.
Well, yeah, but I'm what I'm talking about is like the way the characters are written. Right, is that they make mistakes, or characters make mistakes that exposes them to the predator, right? But they're not like obvious, like the people in the skill set would totally not do this because they would know this would be stupid.
I think one of my favorite moments is just the moment they just start wasting their bullets on foliage.
Yeah.
Like because you reduce trained killers.
No, nothing. You hit nothing. They it's funny enough, they actually did hit something, but they just didn't see it.
Well, I mean, so like initially, like the reason why they were being picked off one by one was, well, one, they don't know what the fuck they're dealing with. They can't even see what they're dealing with. As far as they know, there's some kind of ghost is just picking them off one by one brutally.
I'm afraid no man. That thing, it ain't no man.
It ain't no man.
We're all gonna die. By the way, Predator gave us 2 senators, by the way. Just saying.
Yeah.
And horrible director.
Well, Predator, well, not just senator, Predator also gave us a California governor.
California governor and a Wisconsin governor.
Yeah, governor, that's what it was. They gave us 2 governors.
Yeah, and a horrible director.
Well,
I'm not talking about that. It's like
you're not talking about. Look, I just. Nah, you know what? Let's keep it positive. Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
No, let's keep it positive.
I don't want to bring him. However, I take solace knowing that he was the first one killed.
He was the first one killed.
And like, what's interesting is that the predators, despite the fact that they go out, kill people, they're not evil. Like, they don't just kill for the sake of killing. They do it because it's a challenge, and they only do it to like people who, like, they won't go to someone who's like not like a child who.
So like, the way I view it, like, the predator hunts humans because humans are, the dominant species.
Yeah, exactly.
They're the strongest.
It's an evolution. It's sort of like the one-step evolution of the most dangerous game. It's like, what's difficult than hunting another human? Well, it's just hunting a being that kind of like a human, but it's stronger and more technologically advanced.
great. Now I just want there to be like a predator that has like that, like a safari hat. He basically looks like fuck, what was his name? Belloc from the first scene of Indiana Jones. And like, hell, it doesn't, it won't kill people who's not carrying a weapon of sorts. There's no game in that. And like in Predator 2 reveals, there's an honor system. Like they won't even, like, if you manage to kill one of them successfully, they won't like kill you in revenge. They see you as basically like you know what, you're cool, man.
It's like
you're an unofficial member of our species.
In some cases, yeah. Like like one of my favorite scenes in Alien vs. Predator is the scene where Scar is talking with the woman, and like there's no like verbal communication. It's just like it's just motioning and like try and like speaking like non-verbally and how to like communicate on what to do, and because she took down xenomorphs, she became an honorary member. Like he even like branded her with the clan symbol, marking her as an official a honorary member of its clan.
So I like how I like to imagine just like if they do know English, they just went up to Danny Glover. It's like, New York cop, you have slain one of our own. You are now among us. There is an old gun to prove so.
Take it.
it's like, oh shit! Hey man, look, I didn't mean to kill one of your kind. Are you kidding? You killed one of our kind. That's badass, man.
I just want the Predator. You don't have to show me like on stream, but I just wanted one of the Predators to just do this.
The chest bump just. You're my bro.
Respect.
Did you get a haircut, man?
Yeah, but like a while ago. I mean, I showed my camera before. I'm actually kind of shocked that you only now noticed.
I don't think I
Got a haircut today?
No, I got it like 2 weeks ago.
Oh.
But I got mine today.
Oh.
Neat.
You heard it here first, folks. Xenomorphs can't grow hair.
Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh,
Hey, Brett. I'm talking about one of my favorite franchises.
Brett says Dan Glover won their respect.
Yeah. Yep, Danny Glover won the respect.
Danny Glover, he won the respect, and then when he went to Murtaugh, he was like, I killed an alien. I'm too old for this shit.
I'm too old for this shit.
Is Danny Glover the one that was standing out of Nakatomi?
No, that's Carl. That's he has a great name. I forgot what it was. It was
What are you saying?
Wait, I almost got it.
Meanwhile, inside Knott's brain, it's like the SpongeBob meme. Just people are running around. Just, what's his name?
Reginald Vell Johnson. It's Reginald Vell Johnson.
Vell Johnson.
Yeah, from Die Hard.
Ah.
Inside Snott's head. What am I paying you for?
What am I paying you for? Oh. Chelsea and Dark Garen want me to press the button? Oh man, I haven't pressed buttons in a while. Alright, here you go. You get the button.
Emotional damage.
There we go. You got your button there. Actually, what else is there to say about Predator though?
Just like it's one of the most like. There's so much like to talk about, and like, you've played Predator Hunting Grounds.
I have. It was a very scuffed game, but yeah, I played it.
In fact, I remember one night I was like, man, I really hope I can hang out with Chengus, and like you were like, oh man, it's too late because I've been playing Predator Hunting Grounds so much.
I was, and then I don't know. I just never picked it up again. Most probably because just the game was really scuffed for me, and my internet sucks.
Yes, yeah, same. I really hope I get like a better computer to actually fully play it.
I mean, I got a new computer, but I don't know. But I don't actually. I have not tested out if it's gonna play better on this new computer.
One of the things about Hunting Grounds is that like a female predator.
Oh, that's right. So,
If you ever want to see a predator with tits, probably not. But here you go. What's funny is that there's actually been conflicting like stories about like how predators reproduce, because in like some of the stories they're actually not called Yauja, they're called Hish, and like they're actually hermaphroditic and reproduce asexually.
what?
Yeah, exactly.
Also, I'm gonna press the back from female predator.
Female.
Oh, well, there we go. Might as well press the button.
Female.
There's also what?
In one of the Alien vs Predator comics, you actually have a female predator named Big Mama.
Big Mama?
Yes, that's her name, Big Mama.
My name is Big Mama.
And I think some cases she looks feminine. In other cases, she looks pretty much nearly identical to the male species. But I would assume that instead of an alien wing wang, she just has another predator mouth, but without the mandibles. But chish.
So she looked like a token dwarf.
Yeah.
Big Mama. It's great.
In some cases, they're larger than the male. Some cases, they're smaller. Basically, because we don't have any official official movie representation, we honestly don't know what a female predator actually would look like. However, you do see Big Mama naked, which is wow.
Okay.
No.
You're Ninjato, I didn't want this.
Ninjato, the Puritan side of me has kicked in. This is heresy.
You don't actually see anything though, because obviously, the comics, won't show anything. However, that's probably one of the best names for a predator.
I like this from chat though, real quick. Chat, jokes on you, Xenomorphs. We reproduce asexually.
Sometimes.
It
really depends on the. Sometimes we don't really know what the fuck we are.
Well, so you said female predators. Now I'm just imagining a xenomorph, or for some reason decides he's gonna try biting towards that area, there's nothing. Just in Predator language, that's right. As you can see, I don't have a penis. And then just the alien queen in the background.
There's another Predator. There's another Predator. She's bluffing. Finish her.
She's bluffing. Finish her.
Like these things, like Predator's just fucking badass, man. Like, and what's interesting is like they, like, let's be honest, that because they're technically villains, but they're not. But like they're in a good number of cases, you can actually ally yourself with them. Because let's be honest, there are worse threats.
Yeah, like Shane Black.
Ninjato, what is your obsession with the Predator?
Who's Shane Black?
Oh, you mean the guy who got killed first? Listen, what's your obsession with that movie, Ninjato? You haven't even seen it. It's
Ninjato?
Simple. Simple. It annoys Nick.
Dude, no, it doesn't fucking annoy me. It makes me fucking angry, man. Like, actually legitimately pissed. Like, I don't even have fun. Like, it legitimately, like, makes me feel angry talking about it in general. And I hate it when you bring it up.
Okay.
I just find absolute just no joy. Cause it's
exactly.
Cause Ninjato, you might be thinking, look, okay, Ninjato, you might be thinking, oh, this is a movie that we could just we could watch together and make fun of. Like, no,
this isn't like
Changus.
Alien This isn't like Alien Resurrection.
Changus, no, guys. I think you guys don't understand. It's very hard for somebody to make me that angry. I'll make fun of anything.
Like, I always say I would walk out of a movie. That's not because I'm angry at a movie. It's just because, it's like because Nick is like when that scientist lady said, "Oh, okay, who had sex with the Predator?" I felt insulted and felt angry.
Yeah.
I did not feel angry. I just felt just absolute. And my reaction to the whole movie I'm not angry. I just felt like my soul just lifted to a different place because this is
nice.
Because like it's not.
I wanted to avoid talking about it, but now we're talking about it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Look, long story short, Ninjato, it's not even a movie worth making fun of. It's just so incredibly mediocre that it's not even fun.
I think the biggest joke you can make about the film is that it exists.
Yeah. Anyway, there are 3 other Predator movies that are just really great. The original, obviously, legendary. Predator 2, which, you know what, really good. People should watch it. And I'd say Predators. Which,
I was about to ask. Are we hitting on Predators as well?
No, okay. So it feels like a Predator fan fiction, but it's obviously made someone who actually is a fan.
I mean, it's hard to dislike a film by Robert Rodriguez.
Exactly. You got to see a fucking sword fight between a Yakuza member and a Predator. So
that sounds very one-sided.
It might seem that way, but man, it's such badass though. Oh man, I just love this franchise.
And of course, what I mean by one-sided is Predator.
I mean, obviously, realistically, most likely, especially considering it was like
The first movie shows how quick he can be on the draw.
I think
Yeah.
I think it's more like it's just meant to be something, it's meant to be fun.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's just a fun movie. You know that feeling when you have so much to say,
Hmm.
but you don't know what to say?
Yeah.
That's kind of how I'm feeling right now, because, man, Predator's just awesome.
I know I asked you this question in off stream, but I might as well ask it again, Nick. So obviously, you're biased towards aliens, but what made you like aliens more than Predator?
Don't know. Really? So, okay, I think if you know what it is, maybe if I were to guess anything. So, you know my crossover universes?
Yeah, your big convergence.
Plural.
universe.
Yeah, this is not just the convergence. I'm talking about like the hangout one, which is mostly just like
Uh-huh.
fuck whatever I want to do.
Uh-huh.
It's mostly just like people just hanging out. Two of the main characters in that story are actually an alien and a predator, but like they're not like they don't act like an alien and a predator. They act like it's basically just regular show.
Huh.
Predator thinks Cyborg and Teen Titans,
Okay.
and the alien. What's the best way to describe him?
Rigby?
No, I think.
Mordecai?
Well, first of all, something you gotta understand is that they're essentially like the best friend duo, which is like the joke.
Beast Boy?
No, I'm trying to think of.
Because you
I don't
said
think
you
there's
compared
one
Predator to Cyborg, so that's what my mind went to.
in personality wise.
Okay.
Like that's like he kind of acts like Cyborg.
Huh.
Alien. Think. Caboose from Red vs. Blue. Mixed with Peter. Mixed with Wander from Wander Over Yonder.
Look, you
Mixed with basically he's the comic relief character.
Look, you already had me sold at Caboose.
Yeah, essentially. He's essentially the comic relief.
Also, Nick, because you.
I think all the stuff, like all the like scenarios I put him through, made me appeal to the Xenomorphs just slightly bit more, because I always liked writing up, like thinking stuff about him.
Well, Nick, also, you mentioned like it's like regular show, so like my mind just immediately went to that episode where they stabbed the guy. Where the ruler just
You okay, man?
just shit.
Yeah, fine.
Like,
I just
like the alien just like I'm just imagining like the alien just like turns to the predator like just like you didn't have to stab him. I didn't know it was gonna happen. It's like you sure you're gonna be alright? Yeah, I'm fine. I just need to put an ice pack on it. That's all. I think real quick, Nick, I think what makes that joke even funnier was how in the regular show special where everyone who died came back, he was among them. Which is why he died when he went home.
Oh, Cengiz, I thought of the perfect description for the I just call him Alien.
Okay.
His real name is Abe, but like Alien is his nickname.
Mm-hmm.
The perfect way to describe him, our version of Bumblebee. With a little bit of Caboose, Peter, and Roger, and all that.
Every time you mention our version of Bumblebee, I always think of just our gag of Bumblebee. Megatron hires Bumblebee to replace Starscream as second in command. He actually does a really good job. All of us are just captured. Bumblebee, I should be very mad at you right now. But I'm proud you're actually being successful at something. Thanks, Optimus! Optimus, you should encourage him. Alita, please. Bumblebee still needs to hold my hand when we have to go to the bathroom.
This is probably the best he's gonna get.
What else to say to him about Predator?
Just like, go, if you have not seen the original Predator, what are you doing? Go watch it. It is one of the best movies ever made.
I think the one fact that will always stick with me now is the fact that the original Predator is voiced by Peter Cullen.
Yeah! Another reason why Predator's badass. Optimus voices the Predator.
That's right, Optimus Prime is the Predator.
Also, whenever I say it's one of the best movies ever made, Family Guy is plagued my sense of humor, because this is all I could hear now. I'm Carl Sagan. Just how old is our universe? Scientists say that it was hundreds and hundreds of years old. Scientists say that the universe was created by God. Bang. If you look at the bones of a Cheezosaurus Rex, split by the use of carbon dating that Mountain Dew was the best soda ever made.
Oh, this is great. Actually, you know what, Nick? I think I may have watched Predators once, but I never finished it because I don't remember what TV channel it was. I just know I was with my dad. This is back when I was like in my house. We had like this big TV that we would just all sit in front of and watch together. Like me and my dad, we were just sitting there and we were watching TV together. And then I don't know what channel I flipped to, but then it was I just know now that I recognize it as, oh, it's Predators, because there was a Predator, but it wasn't the original Predator, because obviously there's no Arnold. So
yeah.
And it looked like it was a pretty, modern movie at the time, just based on, how it looks and it was filmed and stuff. So Dark Ganon, what are you talking about? Fembot orders Snoo Snoo. Nick, you get the petite woman?
Oh.
What the hell is he talking about, Nick?
Who sent that?
Dark Ganon in chat. I don't know who he is, though.
Okay. The members of Two Cents will now be punished by death by Snoo Snoo. Ew, the one called not the last one will be snooed by the large women. The one known as Xenonic will be snooed by the petite women. And the one known as Changus, the most desirable male of the group, will be snooed by all the beautiful women of Amazonia. And the large women. And the petite women. And the large women again.
Nick, you are not just... Please. The heart is willing, but the body is spongy and bruised.
The spirit is willing, but the body is spongy and bruised. it just ends up with me and not in like lower body casts. I had snoo.
I had snooze. Okay. I don't know what I had to do with Predator, but I was,
just I like to imagine like this is what the women do.
the female Yajunas.
Yeah, at least like an all-female tribe of them, like the Amazons.
They just kidnap like whatever male species to snoot them.
Silence! You want to die like last man of Amazonia? What'd they die of? Crushed pelvises. Is there anything else though? Well, I mean, no. That's a stupid question. Of course, there's so much more we could talk about in Predator, but what else is there though that we could think of? Just these like Predator, just badass. Check it out. I even recommend the Alien vs Predator movies. Also, check out the game as well.
There's a game.
Ooh, also, yeah, several like Alien vs Predator games.
Oh.
As well as like, well, also Predator Ground Squad. Also check out Predator Concrete Jungle.
Concrete Jungle. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of my favorite things about that game was the opening, which Changus, remind me to show you that opening.
Predator
is
Concrete Jungle?
Yeah, Predator Concrete Jungle.
Let me look this up.
You play as like a disgraced predator who must regain his honor by hunting the people who stole his people's technology and have been reverse engineering it to create weapons.
Ooh. That sounds awesome.
It does. Also, actually, you know what? I don't want to spoil that in case you want to play that at some point.
If I could find like a PC port, then yeah. Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, that's shit. I just realized I would not post it in the back room. Just femoid.
Femoid.
Femoid. Alright. So I guess with that said then, we could move on. So yeah. I like Predator too, Nick.
Yeah.
Predator's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. So we're okay, so how long have we been going? We've been going for only under 3 hours? Okay then. This is gonna be
This is good for us. And Ninjato is still here.
Ninjato's still awake. That's amazing.
Yeah, the wonders of having Sundays off.
Wait, shit. Why do I have window capture on for this? Turn it off. Okay. Oh, I don't need spoiler alert. Get rid of that. Okay. So we're reaching the home stretch of this podcast, right? So from this point forward, it's gonna be 2 big brain topics back to back. However, the more I feel like I'm gonna try to make mine shorter than usual, than how I usually talk, because I feel like what I have to say really ties well into what Not has to say. So this topic actually, So this is actually a topic that I stole from Not technically, because Not, because okay, so for some context, right? So for context, so recently the gang and I here in our Discord server, we've been watching just a bunch of movies together. We've been having a bunch of movie nights. In fact, next week's streaming schedule is going to be just really light again, like only 2 streams, because next week is just we just want to dedicate a lot of time to just watching more good movies, because we like watching good kino. And especially after Not showed us 3 billboards, I will never question his taste in cinema. But are you gonna say something?
Happened?
I thought you were gonna say something. Not. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like we've been watching a lot of good cinema lately, and then so also this year in general, we've been saying like this year in general, 2022 has had some really good movies come out lately. But the thing is, we noticed that a lot of the movies that we tend to really, appreciate and enjoy this year, a lot of people don't have that same reaction. And so like...
Hold on, what are the reviews for Everything Everywhere? This is important, Chance.
Everything Everywhere All at Once is not only do the critics love it, the audience does. So it's one of those movies where it's like everyone.
It's
so no one has made complaints about it. No one has.
I have 0 complaints about that movie.
Well, Ninjato, like, of course people are gonna make complaints. It's just like, as far as we can tell, like the majority of people seem to be pleasantly pleased with this movie. Which, good. Go watch Everything Everywhere All at Once. I already did 2 cents on it. It's still in theaters. Go watch it in theaters, please. I highly recommend it. But like this year in general, though, like a lot of movies that we've been really liking, a lot of people not really had the same reaction. So like, for example, one of the earliest movies that we watched this year was The Batman. And we did a whole 2 cent stream on that, and everyone here was like, yeah, that was fucking great. Matt Reeves, yeah. But then a lot of people did not like The Batman for a lot of, multitude of reasons and stuff. And starting from there, not brought up an interesting thought, interesting train of thought, where to quote Not here, people's expectations in movies have just been dropping this year. I guess you might as well not kind of elaborate further on that.
I've noticed this as the mind if I call this new decade we're in the Roaring 20s? Might as well.
Sure, why not?
So, like, as soon as we started, like, the Roaring 20s, 2020, I think especially, is, like, I feel like there's been a shift I feel like there has been a big shift from how the 2010s, a lot of how that decade was, because my opinion of the 2010s is a lot of it like the first half of the decade, everything became lazy, and in the middle half of the decade, everybody every studio all at once is like, okay, we're either going to be making like expanded universes, or we're just going to go on streaming, and then like towards the end of the decade, something happened, and I don't know if I have a word that best describes that. Something happened that led into the 20s, that I find interesting.
Mhm.
Where I feel like I just as soon as we got into like 2022, the expectation, the sort of like, I wouldn't say the culture, but just like entertainment got flipped on its head. And I don't know if people yeah, it's like people's expectation has just been kind of like, just over, like, kind of just been like destroyed.
Hmm.
What are your thoughts on it, Cengiz? I actually am interested to hear what you have to say.
So I've been thinking about it, and I do sort of agree with you. Like this whole thing came because just I was just really interested. Like, why is so many people have such different opinions? Like, obviously everyone's entitled to their own opinion. If you don't like a movie that I like, that's fine. I've just been really curious as to why. Like, why do people not like this? And it seems like the general thing, like the general pattern I've noticed is it seems like a lot of people were expecting the movies that we've been enjoying to be something else. And because it wasn't that, that's why they don't like it. So like for example, back when we were talking about like, oh man, we really loved the Batman. That's a really great movie, but a lot of people didn't really like it. They had their reasons. They think, the pacing's too slow. They don't like the acting or the camera work or whatever. Criticism about the third act, which I can understand, but I was fine.
I think.
Oh, go ahead.
The problem I've seen for a while is people not having a lot of expectations in their movies, and now we're circling back to a period where a movie is expecting things of its audience, and people don't like that.
Yeah, and I would just say the internet. We're basically back in the period of the Channel Awesome years.
Okay.
Where in the circles I kind of run in, where the predominant culture is to find problems with movies. Like, you set up like an objective standard and then try to have movies to fail that objective standards, and people don't have a way, and a lot of people just don't have a way to just properly scale their objective standards. Like a big criticism of the Batman I have encountered is how durable the body armor is, and how much damage Batman can take. Even though
it doesn't matter.
They say it's like, it ruins consistency, and I don't get invested into the plot because he can survive stuff, even though in the Batman you see consequences within that scene, as opposed to I will just point a random movie out of hat that I pre-picked of The Dark Knight, falling Batman and Rachel falling down a skyscraper on top of a car.
It's like, I mean, I mean, I guess it's because it's like I don't really particularly like Mahler's style. People who try to emulate him, I don't tend to like, because I don't know where he gets his. I don't know where he weighs in on, like, I don't know how he weighs in on his criticism. It really feels like to me he just
Nitpicking?
it just really feels like to me like, well, not no so much nitpicking as so much as he creates this idea of finding faults within questions that don't matter. It's like there's it's hard. Like I've always said it's hard to find something. Like it's well, no. It's it reminds me of the Dead Poet Society. When it's like when Robin Williams is talking from the textbook and just describing.
I could be a bellhop. I could be a ditch digger. I could be a hooker.
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
Oh, Captain, my Captain. Oh, Captain, my Captain.
Damn it.
It's that entire scene. Like, it's that entire scene where it's like, okay, here's the way to scale poetry. This is how you like, you know, this is how you examine, you know, this is how you examine poetry, how you show how its objective qualities. And when he rips that page out of the book, we'll tell him, no, we're just going to start talking. We're not going to start talking science gobbledygook. We're going to start talking art. So I feel like that's just what Mahler is too much. He likes too much of the grounded work, and he's not a big proponent of film theory, and he's not particularly interested in filmmaking as a medium. So he describes all of the films that he's talking about like they're a novel, and I really don't like that.
Well, because he's apparently like an English major.
Oh,
yeah, no.
Oh, that explains a lot.
And like a lot of, and so here's the thing: a lot of my circles are people who want to be writers, specifically. So they
There's nothing
like
wrong with being a writer.
well, here's the thing: so writers,
Okay.
right, are a lot more stickler on the whole writing aspect.
Wait, I guess I should have asked, like, what writing we're talking, like book writing?
Some of them wants to do books. Some of them, usually books, and a couple of them are at least one person
Okay.
who I personally am not a fan of. He's not like a YouTuber or anything. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
He's like a fan. He is like a fan of Brandon Sanderson works.
I don't know who he is.
He is well known. He is known. He basically writes a big fantasy novel a year.
Okay.
And when I mean big fantasy novels, they're like the whole Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Huh.
That's the average length.
Of one book.
One book.
Huh.
Okay.
Okay.
What is it? Okay, because one, being a writer for a book and being a screenwriter are two different things. Anyone who tells you it's the same thing, they're lying to you. And call them out on their BS. But it's like I guess it's just
Like the only thing I could get that is like their only definition a lot of times is that they like internal consistency.
Okay.
Like that's their huge proponent. Internal consistency, and unless the work expressly shows or say so, apply as much real world physics as possible.
that's just dull. It's just really, it's like,
So-
like you have a
So you're just describing how Johnny described Godzilla's singularity point.
Yeah, that's kind of
is Jobby's latest review. He was reviewing the SH Monstars Godzilla from that show. And it's like they got an actual physicist to write his anime. What the fuck?
yeah, and a lot of they seems to be a lot more fans of some of them are a lot more fans of harder magic systems. What is called harder magic system, and the difference between a hard and soft magic. Lord of the Rings is soft magic, where essentially rules are established by showing, while hard magic is a science. And then magic system is a scale between the two extreme ends. Like you have for hard magics is like Nen from Hunter x Hunter,
Okay.
where there's all these complex rules and how everything is intertwined with each other, and how exceptions are made and all that stuff. While on the other end, just think like for soft, just Dragon Ball Z, where it's like, yeah, it's key. We don't really go into like much into it's just general key.
I think it's key, and then there's power levels. Like, what do power levels mean? I don't know. This was a mistake. Forget they even existed.
Yeah, or it's like in the middle would be like One Piece would be somewhere in the middle where yeah, there are some hard rules about how the devil fruits work, but then there's a soft element where it's like there's not really a science of what the devil fruits can and can't do.
Is witchcraft soft magic or hard magic? It depends on who's writing it.
And it also depends on the work and the world.
Yeah, it depends. Also, real quick, I wanna someone wrote a big paragraph in chat earlier. I wanna caught my eye real quick. I wanna see what it
I
was
need to
about.
use the bathroom for a sec. So.
All right, just want to see what that was all about. Okay, here we go. My guess is that when they stopped chasing Twitter clout and made actual good movies for actual fans, they made a great movie and everyone was happy. Sorry for the piss. Well, okay, then, but what? I guess that brings up the question. I guess that brings up the question. Then, who are these fans then?
Like, yeah, who are these fans? Like,
Like,
I'm kind of starting to question. Yeah, I'm at this point. I'm at this point in this whole discussion of everything needs to be gravitated towards the fans. At this point, thinking, what are the fans even? Who are these people that I know nothing about?
it's like, okay, so you're I don't know. So what? You make a movie for the fans, right? So I guess then the I don't know what's the closest thing to that. I guess the Snyder Cut. But that was a trash movie.
And that wasn't me. It's other things like it's hard to define what a fan is. Like, if you make a Snyder cut, the Snyder Cut, like, is that for fans? Like, well, no, because it's not a good Superman. It's not a good Cyborg. It's not a good Batman. Like, oh, that's for the Zack Snyder fans. Well, then it's not for the fans. And there's you look at a lot of big franchises in these different divisions. Like, here's a Transformers movie for the fans. Like, okay, but fan of which part of Transformers?
Oh yeah, which part of Transformers? Yeah, like yeah, it's not like a certain part of the Transformers franchise has been neglected for a long time.
I guess like the big thing to take away from this is just that I don't know what exactly people are expecting from movies now. That's the big thing. Like I just don't know what people were expecting. So like
simple. Genghis, it's just simple. We have gone from an age where perfection is expected.
Well, with movies like Batman and Dune, sort of better quality movies that aren't for everyone, and not Marvel is a good example. Like, this is a movie that's catered to as many people as possible, and it's a lot of things like that. There's a lot of things like that, but we're reaching a point where, yeah, it's okay for something to not be for everyone, and people aren't okay with that.
Well, yeah, and also, I get, like, so for so you got the 2000s years, which I think that's, like, the last decade that people love to death. It is, like, a lot of the movies, just remembering back, they were, it seemed like the companies were going for great, and then the 2010s, and then the companies just go for good. We're aiming for good, not great, for a lot of their mainstream money-making movies. For their money-making movies specifically.
What?
But what we're seeing is the bubble of the companies aiming for good. The quality has been generally lower, but what it also happens is that it gives more opportunities for people who are more passionate about their projects to get more notice, because the main, like the popular movies are not as interesting to talk about. As opposed to like I think it also helps to like the rise of A25 as a studio.
A24
or A24. Okay.
Well, I'll tie into A24. We'll get there, but we got an answer for the fans. Wait. Fans of the comics and all the the people that grew up like say Batman comics. Okay.
What is he upset about the Batman?
No, I think he's just answering our question, like, who are these fans? So he gave an answer. He says, Comet.
No, what was his statement about? I wasn't there.
He said that basically, this is a lot of this stuff is because apparently movies are now being made for quote unquote fans, and people aren't happy about that. So then like that brings up the question, like, so who are these fans? Like what are these fans that they're making movies for?
Well, when I look at the Batman, I kind of just look at it like the Joker. Like Joker, where there's like where Matt Reeves, I can tell he has read some of the comic books. I can't tell you he's a fan, but there's a sense of he finds this character interesting. And I think that's just a big breath of fresh air compared to a lot of the other directors who handled Batman. Because Tim Burton didn't find Batman interesting. He found his villains interesting. That's why a lot of the best parts of his films revolve around, Joker or Penguin. Because that's just who he cared about. With Christopher Nolan, a lot of what he liked about Batman wasn't even Batman itself. It was the idea of a superhero. He kind of wanted to explore just what that idea of a superhero was about. It's almost like I'm almost like interested in the idea that maybe like in some parallel universe where he didn't work on a Superman on a Batman film, he would have just made an original property of himself, original property for himself that kind of just explored the same ideas. But it's something that's very divorced from its source material. That he kind of just wanted to create a soft bed for interesting ideas, but I feel like it pales into what he's just what he's writing into. Like Matt Reeves specifically feels like he not only likes his character, he's in love with him, and he wants to create a story that feels not only paramount of the paramount of the character's strength, his brains and his bronze, but it's just like even like a passion, the character's passion. That's one. I think that's the one thing I've noticed throughout the Batman compared to the other films is that Batman's relationship with Catwoman, it feels a lot more stronger than his relationship with Rachel or like Vicky Vale, because there's a sense there of, this is not like some kind of like, there's a sense there of like, I don't want to make like the love interest who's there to be wooed by Batman. I want to make sort of like an interesting kind of a foil to Batman who there's this romance brewing between them, despite their many opposite philosophies.
I would say about the whole fans thing, like the problem is that the film companies are driven by two things. They do want to appease the fans, but they also want to make a movie that appeals to everyone. So it's a case of they're trying to please everyone with all their movies.
Okay.
And no one's happy.
Yeah, it's like that's the exact same problem I have with the MCU, where it's like a lot of these films feel safe and cookie cutter because because they're made with this notion of the individual movie doesn't matter, like, because we're just setting up things for the big movie, which personally makes me kind of mad. And two, is that we're not allowed to take a risk with these stories and just tell a story that tell a movie that might make you feel something other than, oh man, it's so great. So great, he punched that guy in the end. I clapped when he punched that guy in the end. There's no real investment in there. He did that thing, like clap. I clapped.
I clapped when I saw it.
Why aren't you clapping?
Yeah, like it's just in general, like it's just, I just don't know what people are expecting out of movies nowadays, and it seems like it feels like to the point now where people set up these expectations of what a movie should be, and even if the movie turns out to be good, because it didn't meet these certain quotas, it is now apparently the worst thing ever made. Like, okay, so like, we talked a lot about the Batman. Let's talk about another movie. Let's talk about another movie that we recently watched. The Northman. We recently watched The Northman, which I'm gonna show you sometime soon, probably next week, Ninjago, since I have like most of the week off. So you just tell me when you want to watch The Northman, and I can show it to you. But like The Northman, that was a great movie, right? And it's like everyone's like at least we found it really interesting and really cool. But then like it seems like The Northman has just gotten really polarizing views. Like it's interesting because like at least the reviews we saw. Again, not all the reviews are indicative, the quality of the movie, but like, nonetheless, like from what we saw of the reaction, it seems like it's really polarizing to the point that either people just really don't like this movie, or people really love this movie, and there's very rarely people sort of in between. At least compared to most of the.
So why don't people like The Northman? What are the complaints?
Just
The Northman is not
go ahead.
like people's complaint. Like the common element we find in a lot of people's complaint is just, well, it's not, it doesn't feel like a standard movie of its type. It's like it's a historic, it's a historic action epic. But because I feel like it's because many of them really haven't understood like Eggers' style. A lot of it has this slow building tension to it, and Eggers likes to play around a lot with imagination, with myth, and like myth crossing with reality. So there would just be points in the movie where the gods, whether or not they actually exist, come in and they and they interact with the characters. And some people are just go ahead, James.
I was gonna say like the big example of that is in Northman when Amleth gets his sword. Like there's that whole thing where he has to fight this undead spirit to claim the sword, and he defeats the undead spirit and he gets the sword, and then the camera just pans away from Amleth. There's there's a little bit of dark, and then it goes back to the other corner of the room, and there's just Amleth again where he started before this whole fight even happened, and picking up the sword.
He's picking up this.
So it's like
he's picking up the sword without even struggle.
So did that whole fight even happen, or not? And the answer is, well, it doesn't really matter, because Amleth
doesn't matter.
Because he got the sword. It doesn't matter, and two, that's doesn't matter if we think it's real, because Amleth thinks that's what's happened.
It don't matter.
Yeah,
it does matters.
It's a fight. It's an important fight that may have happened, but it challenges again. It's the challenging of myth versus reality, where it's like it could have happened, but at the same time, it could have just been Amleth getting the sword, and that was it. Like,
and then like
it's
oh, no, go ahead.
What? No, go ahead.
Well, it was like also like another part was like the whole thing like with the Valkyries showing up. Like are there really Valkyries just picking up Amleth? And it's like, well, yes, no, it doesn't really matter. Like the first time we see the Valkyrie, it's like he wakes up, it's like it's not Valhalla, And then there's this I forgot her name, but there's this girl who's like Olga, and she's like, you know, I did not carry you that far. It's like, did a Valkyrie carry him, or was it Olga? And it doesn't matter.
It's the whether or not it happened is not the question here. It's whether or not you thought it, like whether or not you believe it happened.
I believe it didn't happen just because of the fact that I refuse to believe that there was a Valkyrie wore braces during a time where braces didn't even exist.
But it's not,
I'm sorry. It looks like she's wearing braces.
It does look like braces, but it's actually not braces. It's like some kind of like markings on the teeth they put on like dead people.
Braces.
As it's gotten polarizing responses because there's people who don't understand that style, and they were just hoping it was like tone wise and presentation wise, it was just going to be the television show Vikings, which I've never seen, so I can't tell you anything.
Yeah.
Can't tell you anything about them, but it's like I feel like they're missing the point in that it's not a film that's here to tell you how the Vikings life is led. It's a story about someone who is a Viking. And one thing I never understood is the ideas that people are like, oh, the plot is confusing. I'm like, no, it really isn't. It's like the plot is described in very, like, of course, it's like because one of the things I love about Robert Eggers is he likes to play around with language. A lot of his scripts are just like filled with just beautiful descriptions of just people talking, and just flowery and beautiful ways. Even when they're just talking like savages, they're still talking in such a way where it's like you don't imagine anyone from today and now talking in the exact same way. And so it's like of course, yeah, so like a lot of the dialogue, it's made in such a way where it's appropriate for the time period, and it's not very straightforward. And I feel like that's just what people are. I feel like that's just what's confusing people.
Yeah, like I said, we've reached a point where things are expecting things of the audience again. Like, they're expecting the audience to understand, like, yeah, this movie is the way it is for a reason.
Like, based on your descriptions on the Northland, it seems more in line with a classic Viking myth than than something
it is based off a classic Viking myth. It's the Tale of Amleth.
Well, what I mean by that is, like, it's more adhered to the tone and style of those stories, as opposed to, like, based on when I heard about the show's Vikings, it's more of a historical drama as a TV show with action and stuff.
You could say the same thing about the Norsemen.
No, well, I mean by more so, like, there's a lot more talks about the family drama and the politics that goes on, as opposed to a story about one man deciding whether to go fulfill his vengeance or not.
Yeah, like, because a lot of you're right, because some of the 1-star reviews just kind of went into these people are just portrayed as savages. There's no politics and all that stuff. It's like doesn't need to be. Like,
and also, being a Viking sucked.
Yeah,
Vikings were not fun.
It was like like I feel like even if it didn't go into the politics and stuff, I think it's kind of obvious. Like the whole point of the movie is, well, yeah, of course they're like that, because being a Viking sucks.
Yeah, like yes, a Viking. Vikings is an expedition, so it is just only a certain group of people. So not all Danish people were Vikings. But based on what they wrote in their popular literature, this is it seems pretty much in line with what happens.
I never feel the sense of like, oh, they're just being portrayed savagely, because I love like the berserker ritual and just how it's like this feels like something that this feels so closely resembling to what was done in the past to charge up these men to go on a raid. It's so evolving. And I was like, I don't understand why it doesn't capture the same imagination from the audience as it does for me.
And okay, so also I'm gonna say this, like, so okay, so that's so also another thing is like, I guess also to give even more perspective. I'm not even a big movie buff guy, nor am I like a huge like nerd about stuff and stuff. Like for the most part, when I go into entertainment, I go in with the expectation of I'm just a casual viewer. Like I just want to know, is this gonna be good or not? Is it gonna be fun? Is it not gonna be fun? Like and then like if there's something in there that piques my interest, or like a moment that does make me clap when I see it, then that's just icing on the cake. So as a casual moviegoer, I went into the Norsemen really not expecting much at all, actually. So I just wanted to know, is this gonna be an interesting movie? Like I didn't even have the concern of is it gonna be good or not. I just wanted to know, is it gonna be interesting? And I came out absolutely blown away. So, oh no, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, like at this point now, it's like, I don't want to say you should. I don't want to say that to watch, enjoy something, you should not have any expectations. But at this point, again, like this is just me just asking like a general question. Just what are people expecting from movies nowadays?
I think it's just a question that I keep getting stumped at, because it's like even Multiverse of Madness is kind of getting a bit of the
little bit of polarization, not by much, but like just there are people out there that are like, I didn't really like it, and it's funny because oh no, go ahead.
Because I think it's just like, because I think it just comes down to, well, it's like it feels less like a movie. It feels less like what an MCU movie usually was.
It was like, but like I guess because of that, people don't like it, regardless if it's if it's good or not. And is Multiverse of Madness a good movie? It's a fun movie. It's like, but I guess like it just like there are moments actually where I just sit down and think about it, and the idea does cross my mind of, has Marvel movies ruined people's expectations of movies? That does cross my mind, but I feel like that's not a good question to ask, because you can't just blame it on it's just Marvel's fault.
Oh, I would also blame it on the Star Wars sequel trilogy.
But okay, but you could blame it on that. But I feel like those aren't really good questions to ask, because whenever those questions cross my mind, I always end up thinking, is there a deeper root to this problem? And I feel like there's a deeper problem than just, it's just because Marvel movies have ruined people's expectations.
Because I feel like there is a because studying like the 2010s as a decade in film is going to be a really tall task. It's something that I would have to devote like several months to. It's just like I feel like there is that point, because I think I could mark like 2012 being the interesting year, and I was like when sort of like the MCU kicked off with the Avengers.
That's also the same year as Dark Knight Rises.
And it's like this. I wonder if it's something that it was spilling out of the late 2000s, and it was and it's something that permeated the early years, and eventually because it was shown that there's actually, like, kind of interestingly, it was shown that every studio that tried to make its own like cinematic universe, they barely got it off the ground, or it just never happened.
And all the cinematic universes outside Marvel did not succeed in terms of lasting more than 2 movies.
This is a common trend with companies trying to follow trends. It's not just a movie thing. Like, you look at Destiny, everyone wanted to be Destiny. And really the only game that succeeded was The Division, and no one talks about The Division anyway.
Well, actually, like, the reason I bring it up is because it's not really like creating a new genre as much as it feels like creating a new phenomenon.
Well, Destiny wasn't creating a new genre itself. Looter shooters already existed.
Well, yeah, but it's like that Destiny tried to not create a new genre, but just like revitalize a sort of a part of its FPS route. Like that wasn't what movies tried to do. They weren't trying to make just at the end of the day, like, they weren't trying to make like, oh, let's make a superhero universe of ourselves. It's just, let's make a universe. Why? Because it's born from a concept. People want to see like the forbidden door open, and that all these characters interact with each other.
Well, the cinematic universe thing sort of became a marketing thing, and then companies try and copy each other. So I'm not trying to argue against anyone's point. I'm just pointing out, like, this is what companies do.
Yeah.
I didn't like the movie. Maybe girls aren't into Viking stuff. Well, that's fine, Chelsea. Actually, that does bring up an interesting thing, though. Like, I guess, obviously, of course, obviously.
Hey,
not every...
go
ahead.
I would like to say more, but I'm so tired. I'm getting tired right now. So
that's fine, man.
Yeah.
Go get some
Yep.
sleep, man.
That's fine. Just
Yep, grab some sleep, head to church. That's gonna be fun. Alright. See ya.
Roble.
You're not wrong, Chelsea.
you're not wrong.
not wrong.
It's like you don't like the movie. It's fine. But it's just because you like things like we understand what you like, Chelsea, and it's not going to cross into what we like.
Again, like the big thing about this topic really is just it's not really me saying, oh, you don't like this movie because of this. Well, you're wrong. It's more just me saying, okay, that's an interesting take.
Oh,
I just want to know why.
it's like Chelsea saying that girls aren't really into Viking stuff. Like, yeah, girls aren't really into Viking stuff. Guys aren't really into Sailor Moon. Like, there are people who are into things that are usually more popular with the opposite sex. But they are a minority. Like, the minority in their own group and the minority in the fan base.
Yeah.
So girls aren't in. You're not going to often find a girl who's into Viking stuff, Chelsea.
Yeah. So don't worry,
Like,
Chelsea.
You like there might be one, but they're the exception, not the rule, Chelsea.
Yeah. It's like, but again, at the end of the day, this is just a question that I've just been having. What do people expect in movies nowadays? Why is it that we get such polarizing reactions? And I think now this could tie in perfectly into your topic, Not. So, all this really, I don't think there's any better example, I think, than what people's reactions are to specifically A24 films. So for some reason, A24, every movie they make, except apparently Everything Everywhere All at Once, which, good, appears to get just really polarizing reactions. So
Guys, I'll be back.
Oh, okay. So why do you think that is not?
I feel like it just comes down to the fact that it's like, I had to think about it. It's like, because I thought about it in sort of the same way as with Comicsgate and with Gamergate.
Really?
Like, I always thought, well, why isn't there a movie gate? Well, it's like, well, one, because it's really hard to make a movie. It's very hard to make a movie on an independent level. Just Sam Raimi. My favorite story of just The Evil Dead is Ted. It's just Ted proclaiming the times when his proclaiming like the moments when his brother was starting to nail a camera to a 2x4 so that he can get the shots that he wants with an 8mm. It's just like a movie. Like it doesn't matter if you have like all the budget in the world. You just have like $2,500 in ramen noodles. Movie is a hard thing to always make. So I was like, I wonder why, like, movie gate. Why is that really a thing? I'm like, well, no. A24 kind of represents that idea.
Huh.
And, like, because the thing I understand, the thing like the I feel like they understand with that idea is so A24 is I believe they're a British Australian company. Could be wrong, but they're a film conglomerate. They're just exist. They exist to basically give independent filmmakers financial funding and a network in order to in order to get their movie off the ground and into cinemas. It's very much an alternative to the studio method of filmmaking, where it's like, oh, you have this big studio, they will cover your fee. They will cover your fees. They will give you like a studio and a production, and they will set you up with a production company. But you will have to answer to them without question. A24 is not the same way. It's very much like Netflix in that it exists solely to give a platform for movies already made, or give funding to movies that they think are good investments on. And one of the ways I feel like A24 has made made sort of this idea is it kind of went very street level, where they want to present themselves. They want to present themselves as a company. I feel like if there's one company that actually really cares about its fans and wants to give like quality material, it's A24. Because I really feel like they as a company, they want to just give you really good film. And it's because it is this expectation of we're hoping to get a very decent profit off of this, because it's like this is the type of movie that a big studio doesn't want to do, because it feels too experimental, or it feels a bit less for everyone. And in my opinion, I feel like again, it's just what the polarizing response that A24 usually gets is people who are very used to that big studio way of thinking, where it's like, okay, we're gonna be making a movie, and we're gonna be making a movie, an executive. Red Letter Media described it. It's like, when an executive makes a film, like when a studio / executive makes a film, it's a film that's designed not as some sort of like artistic endeavor, or just like a really good movie. It's a really good movie that you want your audience to like either laugh at, cry with, maybe horrify them, or maybe just give them this feeling of, I enjoyed something. That's something that gives me like good vibes. It's movies that are manufactured specifically for you to enjoy once and then kind of toss away. Like, you spend dozens and dozens of money. Like, you spend. It's the thinking of we know that if we make this movie in a way that attracts a large amount of people, it doesn't matter if it's good or bad. If it's crap, we already have their money. So it's like, we don't care about its intrinsic. We don't really care about how its quality is. We just make a product. They consume the product, and
Last question.
even if they don't
Consume product, get excited for next product.
get excited for next product. It's I guess it's just like as someone who's someone I guess I would call myself a cinephile.
Okay.
It's a very disgusting way I view it, because one I wholly believe in movies as an art form. And two, I hate the idea of I'm just a number on a spreadsheet. I hate that sort of that thinking of my entertainment is crafted in such a way where it's only solely there just to suck money out of my wallet and leave me with nothing but crap. I feel like we still exist within that frame of that. I feel like we still exist with that frame of like big studio. I feel like it's starting to change because I notice a lot of directors who were part of A24 are making movies are making movies within these big studios, and they're demanding, and because they were in a position to they were in a position where their first movie they were allowed as much creative control. They're in a position to demand creative control, because not only do they have a very good movie that's a hit with the critics, but it's like, it's like, well, you're an award winner, and someone who won an award, they demand creative control. So it's like, it's how there's another movie I need to show you, Changes, from Danae, French last name. You know that, right? I need to understand his last name one of these days. So it's like, it's like he created a film before he created Sicario, before he created Arrival, before he created Blade Runner. He created a film called Enemy.
Okay.
And I feel like that was the film that kind of helped him along into being the award-winning director of Dune. So I was like, and I feel like a lot of the polarization of A24 films is people have this expectation. Again, people have this expectation of a big budgeted studio film, and they expect kind of all movies to be in that sort of mold. And so, a movie like one of the arguments we got from one of the criticisms from the negative reviews you got from The Northman is that it felt like a student film.
I remember that. I was like, well, this has got to be the best student film I've ever seen.
I used to remember, I used to remember my film teacher, in high school. I'm not going to go to film school. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're hearing this right now, film school is a waste of time. And if you actually want to make a movie, have try to shadow someone and be their apprentice. It's easy to self-taught yourself how to make movies. It's hard to make a movie. It's easy to teach yourself because we have dozens and dozens of resources at your fingertips. And you can just learn how to not only hold a camera, operate it, but also the rules of the film rules and language of using a camera to your advantage. So don't go to film school. but it's like my film teacher in high school was just like he always used to like making terms that were just easy to understand. It's like he says no matter if the film, it's like he used to like using the term artsy fart.
Okay.
Like he used the term because even though he likes a lot of the movies that he would consider artsy farts. The reason he considers the reason he uses the term is because it's a movie that's not made in the traditional way we consider films. It's movies that don't have a traditional storyline. And it's just they may not have a traditional storyline, or they may not be presented in a traditional format, or they're movies that just feel experimental. And so it's the type of movie that you would just scream, "Oh look, someone farted artsily on the screen." So it's an artsy fart. So it's like and he would usually have like a term he would like to call a student film. And the reason he calls it a student film is okay. It's a film you see made by a student, and that they've only seen like the works of one director. His examples is always Woody Allen. Because it's like if you've ever seen like one of those films, Changus, about like ever seen like a film like about like a 30-year-old who's just talking to his friends or talking to his stranger about why his life doesn't feel like it's going the way it wants to go. Usually they're the type of person who liked Woody Allen so much they wanted to try to emulate. So they try to ape off his style. I don't understand why it works so well for what he was doing, because Woody Allen was trying to be funny. Like a lot of his films. So he understood that a lot of the things that he was talking about was kind of bullshit. And it's like 30-somethings. He understood that a 30-something-year-old was a boring person to talk to. So like, but people don't understand that, so they just make films about how they just make films about how and television shows about how it sucks being 30 in a big city and drinking a latte every day, and they just don't understand that. And that's just your student film, when it's like a person takes the style of something that they really like. They don't understand why the filmmaker uses that style. So it's like people would look at a A24 film, and it's like, yeah, like one thing I will acknowledge is all of them have a weird fucking premise. Why? Because they're not trying to be the type of film that you've seen again and again and again and again. They like with storytelling, you're bound to always find archetypes and all that stuff, because that's just it's sort of a human nature that nothing you kind of create, like nothing you create is original. It's always just the combination of one idea misunderstood by another. Like
right, that's what we learn also in my art classes as well. Like that seems to be like this universal concept most people seem to have. Like technically nothing is original. Everything is just a spin on a spin on a spin, etc. of an original idea.
Yeah, I saw someone say like the best stories, like especially in relatively recent human history, like over hundreds of years recent, is just someone's take on another story.
Yeah. Which,
And then,
well, real quick, I was just saying, which to my response to that is, okay, so.
Yeah, it's them saying they were defending storytelling. Like they weren't criticizing things for being something else. They were just pointing out, like, don't be afraid to take inspiration from other things. Like, Lion King is a great movie, and it takes a lot of inspiration from Hamlet. It's just saying, like, don't worry about your thing being original, because all the best stories is just someone taking a concept and making it something new.
That was actually
And that story was probably someone doing the same thing, and what they took from was probably someone doing the same thing throughout human history.
Right. Actually, that was one of the criticisms. Actually, the Norsemen we read, like some people, like that was another common thing. A lot of people said it's just your typical revenge story. It's not original. It's like it doesn't have to be original. As long as it's a good take on the story, that's all that matters.
like, Changus, tell me, like, I want you to ask you a question. Can you find the difference between John Wick and The Northman? They're both revenge movies, but without telling me the surface idea of both the characters.
What are the differences?
Yes. Your opinion, what do you think are the differences other than one is about like a Viking and one's about an assassin?
I mean, okay, like the motivation is different, but then overall, that's the thing. Like overall, though, like the kind of, I guess, like the structure is pretty similar. Like even like the overall like I guess, I don't know, unless we're excluding all the different John Wick movies, I guess then I guess John had a somewhat happy movie ending. But then again, Amleth sort of had his sort of happy ending. It's like I guess like, well, maybe there are differences, like core differences. Maybe there are. I just have to think really hard about that if there are. But like, other than that, like for the most part, they're just revenge stories.
Like, well, it's like, don't beat yourself up, Changus. There's no wrong answers. What I mean by that is just like, the reason why John Wick and The Northman are different, because even though they involve two people going on a quest for revenge, they reflect on the topic of revenge on two different ways. John Wick is about the struggles of one man trying to live a normal life and having his violent past come screeching back into his life. And then The Northman is a tale of a boy upholding his values and his honors, and having those values and honors twisted in such a way where he doesn't understand what his quest is anymore. Again, they're two movies about revenge, but but what's important is not whether or not they change up their genre. What's important is how they present their subject. And that's the important part of storytelling. And that's why originality is a myth, and that the best stories are always told. Best stories are always told by someone's views on a certain topic. Because it's like, imagine if we were to make the same film, Changus. Imagine if you knew how to make a film.
Okay, that's a tall task.
That's a tall task. So imagine we make the same film. It's about like, let's just say it's about like someone trying to find an object they once had a long time ago. And it's a very nostalgic tale. Now let's say the topic is just about nostalgia.
Okay.
The plot may as well be the same, but like what changes about the movie is just how you and I kind of approach nostalgia. So I'm not a very nostalgic person. I don't I don't like to lament about the past because there's nothing to lament about. But maybe you are a nostalgic person. You like to lament about the past, and you like to see things in a rose-colored way. Like the movie changes depending on how we view the subject presented before us, and how we use our views, and blanking on the word. Like interpret that into the film. So it's like, to get back on my topic, because I like to talk about, I want to tell James why the term student film is kind of overused by people to as just like a criticism. But it's like so it's like people don't tend to like A24 films because I really feel like they're looking at it on a surface level. It's like, what I mean by that is like, because I don't want to just start sitting here and start calling anyone who likes these films, they're just idiots. But it's like, I don't want to deny the fact that to the wider growing public, you have to tell them this. You have been conditioned to like something because someone's told you you're supposed to like something. And you might think, no, that can't possibly be. Well, because one, how often do you challenge your comforts? And two, how often do you challenge your thoughts on things? If you answer not enough, well, like that's the thing. I understand people like comfort. You know, there's a reason why we have the term comfort food, because it's a term that's meant to describe just a dish that doesn't have very high. That doesn't have that's not very healthy. It's not very extremely well made. But it exists mainly because it is a staple. And it's something that everyone will always enjoy. But sometimes the chicken and mashed potatoes, like the fried chicken and mashed potatoes, they're good for one day. I don't want to keep eating fried chicken and mashed potatoes for every time I sit down everywhere, because then it's just going to get boring.
Yeah.
I sometimes just go out of my way to watch films from people who don't have the same ideas that I do. I watch films from people who proclaim themselves as atheists. The movie, the miniseries that I love from Netflix that I still need to show you guys. Midnight Mass was created by an atheist, and it's a film. It's a film film.
It's a series.
It's a series I love, objectively, quote unquote, but it's just like, I love it on a spiritual level, because even though he's an atheist, there's a nuance and there's this interesting sense of idea that he tackles the situation from. And it's like, he's not talking about religion. throughout the show as much as he's talking about the mob mentality that comes with organized thought. And it's like I watch films that, like, you know, sometimes I just watch a film that's from someone who doesn't like capitalism. I don't agree with them, but sometimes they just make a good film. There's a great comedy by a director called Alex Cox called Rico Man, and just about is a social satire about the American under Reagan, which is like, I understand this, but I still enjoy the film because, you know, one, it's very well made, and two, because it's like the creator has enough understanding with this idea, where he doesn't come. It's not like he's just pelting you with his ideas and not just giving you a film. Like, you're getting a movie. But I really feel like that's just what A24 films all kind of have to deal with. Where it's like with the Green Knight, I feel like a lot of the I bet you Changus can come up with like why you can come up with how some of like the poor reviews are like without even reading them. Where you're just like, oh, it's slow, or it's like, oh, things are confusing.
I think
because, you know,
I think the way I described it originally was as when I talked about this was, as I remember, it's like so that's right. This is an A24 film, which means it's a movie about just a guy walking through the wilderness. But it's a beautifully shot movie about a guy walking through the wilderness.
A guy walking through the wilderness.
It's like, yeah, it is, but it looks beautiful.
Looks beautiful. There's something interesting and compelling about a guy walking through the wilderness. But I feel like that's like sort of the problem. Like, I feel like the problem with the Northman is the same problem with the Green Knight. Even though Northman wasn't distributed by A24, it came out of Robert Eggers, who was a filmmaker who got into mainstream filmmaking practically by A24. So
right, yeah, it's just
so it was like
he had how many movies under A24?
Two, Witch and Lighthouse, because The Northman is his first like big studio film. So it's like they both kind of deal with this panned reaction where it's like, oh, it's a film. It's like, oh, it's a man walking through like the forest. Things start happening. He meets a guy in green. They start talking. He's about to cut off like an axe over his head. It's like it cuts to black. Everyone walks up. They look pissed. Just like because one is like, I feel like, yeah, people don't really want to. I feel like like the mentality that a lot of films, like a lot of the studio made films, kind of puts into their heads of, it's like, oh, okay, you just eat. It's like, because I'm a fat man, I'm going to use a food analogy. I haven't made a food analogy before. Just start scarfing your food down and just start eating it, like because that's what we expect you to do with what we're showing. It's like, but it's like, but I don't like just like scarfing food down. I just like taking it apart. I like seeing it. I like examining like how it tastes and just like how everything works together to create this. Maybe it's because it's like someone can make an argument like, it's because I'm a cinephile. I like movies because I like to be artsy and pretentious. I mean, I am artsy and pretentious, but that's another story entirely. But it's like, but it's like I feel like even the same, like even like you, Changus, you like to label yourself as a casual viewer. Even you like to extrapolate something from what you consume, and you like to. I feel like you too like to just chew on something and just examine how.
Well, I think a lot of that has to do with just, admittedly, just a lot of your guys' influence on me. Like the more we hang out, the more I feel like you guys are rubbing off on me. I'm not ashamed to admit, like before, like ever talking to you guys, I'm pretty sure I would be still that stupid fucking kid that just came out of high school. Like,
man, Revenge of the Fallen was the best movie ever.
Well, no, I'm not gonna be like Jobby's friend who watched that movie like 7 times.
I think I'm a self-admitted snob too when it comes to a lot of media. Like it's stuff I can still enjoy, but I do feel like a snob a lot of the time.
Well, okay, so you guys could be snobs maybe, but like the thing is, it's, I don't know, maybe it's just biased because you guys are my friends, but you're the snobs that I could actually have a conversation with. I think what it is, I don't like people who, because they're like these artsy fartsy snobs, they act all high and mighty. Like that's the kind of people I don't like.
Maybe snobs are not the right word for me, because snobs are like, oh, that's awful. Well, I look at things like, that could have been so much better. And what are you thinking about how it could have been so much better? Even the things I like.
Okay, so one of the reasons why I actually really, I am a self-proclaimed artist. That I can say. I am an art major, but like, really one of the big things that kind of just drags me down when it comes to art is just a lot of the people, at least to the college I go to, maybe it's just a college center or stuff, like a lot of people who are into the same stuff, they just, I don't know, maybe it's a personality thing, like I just don't click with them. But like with you guys, it's like, it feel like, again, it could just be biased because you're my friends, but like I feel like I can actually have a sit down and we can have like genuine conversations about art. Like if I talk to anyone else, it would be like again, I don't know. Again, it could just be my bias.
It could be like, oh, hey, hello, Changus. I don't know why they'd be calling you Changus, but let's just roll with it.
I think
what are your thoughts on it?
I think also what it is because I'm not gonna go too deep into it because otherwise I have to press a button, but it probably is because at least the area I live in, the people that I hang out with are those type of people that if you have a certain opinion on certain, topical things, that changes their overall opinion of you. And it's like, well, now I can't just, why does that matter? Why can't I just sit down and just talk to you about art? Like, because you have this opinion. It's like, fuck that opinion. Let's just sit down and talk about art.
Like you just seeing that telling you like, all right, it's like, oh, Changus, you're too much of a dullard to understand this. It's like not. It's like, hey, Changus. There's a movie about a woman with a hot dogs for fingers. It's really funny. It's very heartwarming. I need you to see it.
That sounds really weird. I don't know. I mean, I'll go watch it. I go watch it. Not if I had a movie I watched this year that made me cry. If I had to think about every movie I've seen this year that made me cry, I'd have 2, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
I'm not expect to go into a theater and not go to the theater expecting to be for a movie about a woman with hot dogs and fingers to make me cry. The last movie I expected to make me cry, it wasn't that one, but that was pretty close.
It was pretty close.
It's like, but it's like I think it's just like I think maybe it's just because it's like I'm just like you, Changus, but it's like somewhere down. I think it's just somewhere down the line in my adolescence. I became really bored, and then I just had a teacher who was just like, "Hey, look, you ever look at this? You ever look at this thing? What is it? It's a movie. What about it?" It's like, what? It's like, look at the cool, awesome shit that's happening. Like not only about like how a movie is made, but just like how you can interpret from a movie. Wow, I never understood that. So I was just like, is there more to this? I'm like, yes, there's like thousands of them. I'm like, my God, that's just what created the weirdo you see before you.
I think what also helps not is that what makes it better when we converse rather than like some other people is it's very clear you're passionate about what you're talking about. And I feel like passion, or at least at the very least, like just the slightest bit of interest in something helps. Because half the time, like when I go to class, it feels like they put. There's a sense that like these people that are teaching me, they sound happy about what they're talking about, but there's just something about them, I don't know what it is, that feels like they're not completely sincere. I don't know what it is. I think the only professor I feel like that's been really, I feel like can be actually pretty sincere about what they're talking about has been the most recent professor I've had, where it's like studio core class or something, that basically the whole point of the class is supposed to teach you about putting your portfolios together so you could apply for a fucking job and stuff. And I feel like that's the only time where she actually sounds like she not only knows what she's talking about, but she has at the very least interest in what she's talking about. I don't get that stuff from like art history professors. Well, art history is fucking boring. I hate art history.
What happened in art history? Oh, see, like this guy really hated what this guy draws, so he was just like, yeah, I'm gonna make the anti of what you're drawing.
That's literally all art history. That's literally all art history is. Like the more I learn about art history, the more I realize art history just basically boils down to some guy made this new drawing for the sole purpose of, I just want to be different. And then someone looked at it and went, I hate this, so I'm going to make something in response to your drawing, but I also want to be different.
It's a literal case of a vicious circle.
That's like that's why, like, I completely understand now why people are putting fucking taping duct tape bananas to canvas. Like, I still don't think that's good art, but at least now I understand why they did it. It's because they want to be fucking different. It's a it's like, oh well, this is a commentary on, contemporary art. It's like, yeah, but deep down you want it to be different.
But it's just like, it's like people like I think it's just like people are just so quick to dismiss a lot of these films. Like I will be the first to say, it's like a lot of A24 films. Like there's not a lot, but it's like a lot of most of them will be like very good to great movies. But there's just like some that are just stinkers. I don't understand. Like there's not a good sizable percentage of that bunch that may not be good films, but that's just the idea of an art form. It's like what you're making is not an absolute. You're always just making something. There's always just gonna make something that might end up being a crapshoot, or it might just end up being one of the best form pieces of art in this medium, and you don't know which. But it's like I think the one time I started noticing like a lot of these like a lot of people just kind of disliking like A24 films is Uncut Gems. When that movie came out, and I was like, I love Uncut Gems. It's like it's
a movie that reminds people that Adam Sandler can actually act.
Yes, Adam Sandler can act. He can act really well when you put him in. When you understand, when you give him a good script and good direction.
Instead of fucking, I don't know, how many sequels now to Grown Ups?
There's two, but I really feel like there's three, and you just don't know about it. But it's like I like Uncut Gems. They also made Good Times. I don't know how people feel about I don't know how people feel about Good Times, but Good Times was the movie that made me think, this Robert kid, he's pretty good. I want to see him in more movies. So what, he was the vampire in Twilight? Really? This guy?
We're going to show that everyone half-assed that movie.
I also want to say, just real quick, I just want to say,
go ahead.
It is technically on topic. I just want to quickly mention the highest grossing films from A24 is Hereditary, which we watched, Lady Bird, I have not seen that, Moonlight, which, okay, then Everything Everywhere All at Once, which, nice, and then Uncut Gems.
I gotta look up what Everything Everywhere All at Once bopped off the fifth category, because I'm genuinely curious. What was the fifth highest grossing film before Uncut Gems got knocked down?
Huh? I don't know.
But it's like So I guess, yeah, like I like Moonlight. It is a film about a gay guy, but it's almost like it's not him being gay so much as it's just like, oh, I'm finally finding an identity I'm comfortable with. I don't have to be what. No, I don't have to be. I don't have to be destined to be what my environment tells me to be. And Lady Bird, I didn't like.
You didn't like Lady Bird
because I don't like mumblecore. I don't like mumblecore, genius. Mumblecore is the one thing I will never show any of you guys because I don't hate you guys.
I don't even know what the hell mumblecore is.
Changus, imagine an entire movie where the lighting is just dull and unimaginative, and everyone talks like this. They're just talking like there's such low volume of their voice, almost like they're incomprehensible. That's mumblecore.
No, that just sounds boring. Like, if anything else, that just sounds boring. Also, like, I think for me, like, Moonlight is just a movie where I never had any interest to watch because I don't know, it just feels like, oh, it's just another coming out movie. Like,
you'd be forgiven if, like, yeah, you'd be forgiven. You're like, yeah, another coming out movie because, like, that was just me with Call Me by Your Name. I'm like, oh, great, gay film, wonderful. So, yeah, I was like, I'm not gonna watch
gay film.
I'm not gonna.
Oh, brother.
It's like I'm not. It's like, you know what? I'm not gonna watch the gay film. I'm gonna watch Manchester by the Sea, and Manchester by the Sea was great. So I don't care about the gay film.
Yeah. Also, just the way you said it, just, oh, great, a gay film. That could be taken out of context. Just not the last one. Turns out he really does hate the gays. Just, oh, another gay film? Come on.
Thanks, I'm not very fond of homosexuals. You see, they can flip that out of context. But it's just like, I really feel like this just comes from just what we were talking about, even from your topic. Is just like the people were conditioned to like a certain type of movie. A lot of the people who've been making those movies are kind of just gone now because they took your money and ran. And the people who are like who actually like what they're doing, they're managing to get higher and higher positions in mainstream movie making, and what do you call it? And they're making a lot of these films that they're like, oh man, these guys probably will enjoy this film, and they're just like, what the hell is this? So it's like it's that Simpsons clip of like, what the hell is this? It's a classic, I'll tell you. But it's just like I think it become like an interesting point where I don't know whether or not people will there'll be like a point in like the middle of this decade where people are just going to start understanding and liking these films, or is just going, or the people who kind of just didn't like these films are just going to go away, and like a newer generation of people who are like, oh man, these films are great. They're just going to come in and they're like, yeah, we want to buy whatever the hell these films are, because they're very well made, and and they're very well made, and then they're films that that we really enjoy. I feel like A20. I feel like A24. They just feel like they're the forerunners of this new movement. This like they didn't have to go like when they went, oh, I don't like what you're drawing, so I'll just make my own movement. That's just what they're doing, Chingus. Because I feel like they really do value not only your money, but just you as a consumer. They want to make sure you have something that you want to enjoy over and over again, so they can get even more money from you. Like, isn't that the goal of every business? I used to think so. Because I'm wrong. But it's like I don't ever feel like this is me becoming like a snooty asshole, and you just feel like, oh man, people just don't understand it. They're just dumb. It's just like, no, it's like no, it's just you've been fed. I just think that you've been fed crap your entire life. You didn't know you were being fed crap, and now you just kind of enjoy the crap. And when something of value comes on your plate, you're like, what is this? And you kind of just start rejecting it because it wasn't the crap that you've been eating. Again, I'm not trying to sound like an asshole, but I really feel like that's what's been going on here. It's like, you know what? I'm really I mentioned to you guys, I was like, I'm really excited to see what this year is going to go. Like what's going to happen later this year, because like A24. I feel like there's just with A24, there's something there. They're like, oh, there's a name I can trust finally, and I don't have to do like the crapshoot anymore. But also, like, I've been hearing a lot of great news from other films. Like, did you guys know that George Miller made a film after Fury Road, and it's apparently getting really great reviews?
Huh.
And it's like, oh my god, I thought you were just gonna stop after making this, but he made another film. Like, man, I want to see that.
I mean, I enjoyed his last one. So like, I didn't even know he had a new movie. What was it?
It's 3,000 Years of Longing. It's a comedy / like drama with Idris Elba and Tilda Swinton. I just hear it's been a lot of great things about it. I'm like, yeah, I want to watch it when it comes out. David Cronenberg's making a new movie, which I kind of hope is going to be good, because David Cronenberg's last two films weren't everything I wanted them to be. But it's like, part of me is like, because he's going back to the body horror genre. Since 1999.
Really?
Is his last film in that genre.
Oh, that's really cool.
So it's like, oh man, I'm excited to see it. It's like, it comes out close to my birthday, so if it's good, that's just gonna be a treat.
What's it called?
The Crimes of the Future.
Crimes of the Future.
like I'm in this denial phase where I want to believe that like Steven Spielberg will make another great movie. I kind of need to. It's like one of you guys need to slap me right in the face and tell me no, not like his best years are behind him. And I'm like, no, you can still make another good one. It's like no, it's like wake up, not. I'm like, okay. Because I want the Fablemans to be good because he got the same guy who wrote Lincoln and Munich with him, and he's got his cinematographer who's done like Jurassic Park, Schindler's List.
Oh, that's interesting. Crimes of the Future is actually also the name of another movie Cronenberg made.
Yes.
Huh.
But
it's not a
like,
remake though. It just has the same name.
I'm pretty sure, like much like with the earlier film he made, Stereo. Which like ideas he took from Stereo, he later adapted for Scanners. I'm pretty sure this is what's going on with Crimes of the Future. He's not making a remake of a film he made before. It's a film that has the same. It's a film that has the same ideas.
Oh. Okay.
So it's like I want the Fablemans. I want to believe the Fablemans will be really good. I heard like Seth Rogen's in there, and like I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch anything Seth Rogen makes. I think he's just a generally unpleasant human being to ever be. But no, it's like there's a lot of like I feel like there's just a lot of promising things that are coming out. They may not be coming out for the big studios, but it's like I've always told people don't keep expecting like the big studios to start making quality films. Try to get your films from anywhere, even as like weird and as niche as it may be. I've been hearing a lot of great things about like Top Gun Maverick.
Oh.
It's from the same director of Tron Legacy.
Really? Oh, okay.
Sold.
Sold. I enjoyed. I had fun with the first Top Gun movie. So, but hey, if people are saying the new one's good, and it's the guy who did Tron Legacy, well, okay, that brings definitely hopes up.
It's like, oh, you were gonna say something, James?
I was gonna say just speaking of A24, have you seen their latest one yet? Not Everything Everywhere All at Once. The Men? Yeah, Men.
I wanted to go see it because it's Alex Garland. He's directing the film, and it's like because it's like I like Dread, I like Ex Machina, I like Annihilation. So I'm like, oh yeah, like I would like to see the film. And then I saw the trailer, and I'm like, so this film is just about like misogyny.
Huh.
It had me, and then I saw the title. I'm like, oh, okay, wait,
It's a horror movie about misogyny. Oh, who cares?
I was like, oh, okay, this is interesting. A haunted house. And then the title, Men. Oh, I know what this is gonna be about. All those scenes are now coming into context.
I mean, so, you know what? Just because Matt said, I'm willing to give this movie a shot. I may not end up liking it because maybe again, maybe my expectations, or everything goes full circle now. Maybe my expectations, is gonna not, really, will be met, and but in the wrong way. So, but I'm willing to give this movie a shot because I did remember watching Ex Machina, and I thought it was all right.
Changes. It's like if you end up really liking a film I don't like all power to you, man. I'm not trying to just come here and say like, yeah.
I mean, I did
say
say I like Thor Ragnarok, so there is that.
Yeah. But it's just like I'm just not gonna see him. Like I'm not gonna see him end because even though I do like the directors of their works, I don't want to see a movie, another movie that is just, oh, here's a horror movie, but the horrifying thing about it is prejudice. Like, I'm already going.
I don't think I'll. Well, okay, so I said I'll probably give this movie a shot. I don't think I'll see it in theaters though. I think I'm gonna wait for a digital release.
I just got reminded of Jordan Peele's newest movie, Nope, and thank you not, because I think you were the one to say this. You were the one oh, what, are clouds racist now?
Is that it?
I hope. Now that Not said it, I kind of hope that's what it is.
You want?
Nothing is more horrifying than the glass ceiling.
Everyone's worst nightmare, the glass ceiling. God, now I'm just thinking of that fucking meme with the glass ceiling broken, all the oppressed groups shall rise above, including the most oppressed of all, gamers.
Just need to make a parody movie. There's a Doctor Who episode where people get promoted, and when you get to the highest level, you get eaten by an alien. Just do that, but you get crushed by a glass ceiling.
It's actually really horrifying. Just imagining your feet get cuffed to the floor, and it's you're just being ascended into a glass ceiling. Man, that's actually, scary.
Well, actually, you mentioned it because now I'm just thinking that Nick knows what I'm talking about. That one episode of Gumball where Gumball and Darwin take up their mom's job, and they're in the elevator and just what's happening? We're being crushed by the glass ceiling.
See,
that's great.
Because it's I'm already going to see Nope. Because I still want to I think 3 movies in, I still want to believe Jordan Peele's going to make. Don't worry, guys. Jordan Peele's going to finally make a movie where he doesn't talk about bigotry. It's going to be kind of interesting. I hope. I'm still living in that denial.
That's really my biggest problem with Jordan Peele. It's not my biggest problem with Jordan Peele. It's not that his movies are about bigotry. It's that those at least that's the pattern, seem to be the only movies he's making.
Yeah.
So it's just the same message over and over again. Then why do I need to watch this other one if it's just going to be the same message? Racism bad. We get it. We understand. I don't need to watch 10 other movies made by you making the exact same point.
Shang, if racism is bad, didn't you know that?
I mean, it's at this point, it's I feel. I don't really like movies made specifically I guess nowadays that are centered around such topics like bigotry, because okay, you want to make it, sure, but at least because at least for me it's just it's kind of obvious that bigotry is bad. Well, no, duh.
The problem with the film is it's I think it's the problem with making bigotry into like a topic, even for like a horror film, is one. There's no nuance to it. Like the entire point of the film is just okay. Like even if they were to make like an entire film where it's like all bigotry is bad. Like there's something interesting you can kind of make with it, where it's like people experience bigotry in different ways, and it's like how we choose to ignore that is just our downfall as a species. But no, it's like all the films are just like okay, like take Get Out for instance. Like the entire film is just okay. Suburban white people want to be like black people. Okay, like well because throughout the years it's just you. Because that's just kind of like the popular thing everyone wants to do. Like it's not just white people. It's like Asians kind of want to do like that. Like gangster rap is really big in Japan for some reason. I don't know why, but it's like they now like they're now listening to like 90s gangster rap. It's just like.
God, you know this again. This is how you know Nick has ruined my sense of humor. Run, 80s black guys! You're the best for the 90s black guys.
But it's like everyone wants to do something because they believe that's just like the popular status quo. That just so happens that you're leading the status quo. But there's no mention of that, and there's just Jordan Peele basically just saying, y'all white people want to be us, you want to take over our bodies. I don't know why I gave him a southern voice, but I just feel like that's somehow appropriate. But it's just like that's just what that entire movie was. It's just okay. The horror just stems from these people just act weird because they want to take over my body. Well, like that could be creepy, but I don't really care that you're black. I just don't. I'm like, and Us. Like Us is not a movie. Us is a movie where you could take like the bigotry and like the racism out of that movie, like the talk of like bigotry and racism. You could just make a very good, very decent like body snatching film, and just from because like I will give merit to Jordan Peele. It's like how he sets up a horrifying situation is just great. I want him to make I really wanted him to make a film that just feels like a straight horror movie. But no, like I might be ended up watching Racist Clouds, and I hope like if the movie is good, I will tell you guys, yeah, go watch the movie. It's actually surprisingly good. Or, the movie's just bad, I'll just tell you guys, hey, look, there's racist clouds in this movie. Go and point and laugh at it.
No, but this
I'm
oh,
no,
go ahead.
What were you gonna say, James?
I was gonna say this all stemmed from me asking if you were gonna go watch Men. And it's like, I was just gonna say I'll give it a shot. I don't think I'll watch it in the theaters though. I think I'll wait for like a digital release.
All right. What?
There is an A24 movie though that I am somewhat interested. I wouldn't say I'm interested enough to say like, okay, I'm sold, but it's interesting. Was I saw the trailer to Marcel the shell with shoes. I was like, this looks kind of cute.
Yeah, it's like I'm kind of left wondering. It's like I don't understand what this is, but I want to watch it because it's like it's really cute. It's very charming. It's very quirky. Like I feel like a lot of movies nowadays tries to be quirky, but they just don't understand it. And I'm like, I feel like this movie understands how to be quirky. And so yeah, I just want to see it because it looks adorable, and because I just like to see movies that are animated in stop motion.
Yeah.
There's sort of like there's an interesting, I guess it's like there's an interesting comedy slasher called Bodies that they're also distributing. Like A24 is distributing, and it's like, yeah, it's an entire movie of what if we do put like a bunch of idiots, they're actual like idiot millennials, and they're trying to solve a murder.
That actually sounds fucking funny. Idiot millennials trying to solve a murder. That's great. Yeah, I just... No, it's 12 a.m. already. If time flies bad. Chelsea, it's like already past 12:30 where I am. It's past... It's what? It's like 3 o'clock where Nod is. We should probably wrap this up soon so we could go to bed, actually.
Okay, so in short, like one thing I want you guys, I want the audience, you guys, to take away from this is keep challenging yourself. Just keep watching things that you may not think you enjoy. Somewhere down the line, you might enjoy it just because it's like, oh, it's very. Not only is it very well made, but it's like has something like entertaining or interesting it wants to tell.
Well, in that case, I'll go watch Nope then, just to see if clouds really are racist. I'm not gonna lie. If that really is the case, I'm pretty sure it's aliens. Like, if it really is, like, clouds are racist, then I might legitimately actually just laugh in tears, just...
God. So, I have heard people say that Nope is actually, like, an acronym.
Okay.
Not of planet Earth. Which,
so
a bit of a stretch, but...
So, aliens are
possible.
racist. Nick!
I mean, have you seen the race wars between the aliens and the predators?
Aliens are racist. Just the movie just turns out it's just xenomorphs just being racist.
My God, Predator 2, it ends with the predators letting go of their prejudice.
Kind of purple of horror sci-fi movies.
It's amazing. Also, I have some things involving Predator again because I found
you
found
found more
in Iraq.
You found more stuff to talk about Predator.
Here's something interesting. During operations in Iraq, a unit of U.S. Marines used the Predator's laugh as a psyops tool while clearing a section of Fallujah by blasting across the city over loudspeakers. This backfired because the Marines actually going door to door in the city got so weirded out that they radioed back to request that the recording being turned off.
Holy shit!
It's actually happened, man.
That actually legitimately sounds fucking terrifying.
It does.
just imagine like just imagine yourself in the shoes of just anyone fighting in Iraq. You're no matter what your situation is, no matter what side, you're just suffering in the heat of the desert. No matter whose side, anyone with a gun can be coming at the corner just waiting to shoot you. All of a sudden, what the fuck? It's like,
oh god, the predator is real!
It's like, no matter who you are in that desert, that's gotta be fucking terrifying.
My god, the predator is real!
Oh my god.
It's a WMD. Everyone, go!
They are in a hot region.
They are in a hot region.
Also, a couple more things. One of my favorite, I love Anna's speech in the middle. When I was little, we found a man. He looked like butchered. The old women in the village crossed themselves and whispered crazy things, strange things. El Diablo Cazador de Hombres. Only in the hottest years this happened, and this year was hot. We began finding our men. We found them sometimes without their skins, sometimes much, much worse. El Caza Trefos de la Hombres means the demon who makes trophies of men.
That sounds so cool.
I love it.
Uh-huh.
And like there's like these names for like my character becomes a legend that they develop names. Like the demon who makes trophies of men. Because what else would how else would you explain the predator to someone who has no idea what that is?
So they don't know what an alien is, but they know what a demon is.
Exactly. Also, the killers in the comics take a predator and remove all forms of honor, like not killing those that can't fight back, and limiting their tech to make things even. So psychopath, and even cannibals.
Huh.
Like they would eat other predators.
Wow.
Also, what's equally terrifying is their hunting dogs.
Okay, but which hunting dogs?
Xenomorphs!
What? They use
Xenomorph
as
hunting dogs!
What? Wait, they actually enslave xenomorphs and use them as hunting dogs?
Yes.
Holy shit, that sounds metal as fuck!
Yeah, also, here's a scene of a Bad Blood.
Let me see. Hold on, let me see.
I want to play AVP now.
We should watch AVP.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Hell, I'll even do Requiem. I mean, it'll be impossible to see, but...
Well, I can cheat by essentially I could turn my monitor's brightness like max, so like it's not gonna help, but it'll help a little bit. Also, damn, that's savage.
Yeah.
He just splits that guy's face in half. Holy shit.
Changus, I found an inspiration for something a savage would do in Outcasts.
Oh. Oh, that's awesome, man. Ah, that's great. Man, we straight off 824. Is there anything else we need to mention? Not?
No, I think it's just a I just capitalized it off like and just everyone just watch films you won't normally do.
Hmm.
Just try to be spontaneous. Like,
All right.
I mean, like just like how I talk to you, Cheng. It's like David Cronenberg and George Miller making films. I'm gonna go see those films because I like those guys. But it's like I'm still gonna see a film from someone whose film I haven't seen before. And I still want to. I still want to, yeah, because maybe I'll find a new favorite. I don't know.
All right. Yeah. Okay then. So I guess with that said, that's all the topics for tonight. There we go. Turns out we didn't have a short stream after all. We still passed the 5-hour mark. So it's a typical night. So yeah, so that's pretty much it. If any of the stuff we talked about, interests you, then obviously check out the stuff except Chip and Dale. That's not worth your time. But other than that, yeah. So, are there any last words you three have to say?
I will avenge you, Father. I will save you, Mother. I will kill you, Fiona.
What about you, SGD?
I used to watch the Digimon movie a lot as a kid, and I didn't realize as an adult that Mrs. Kamiya put metal in the microwave. Anyway, a dear boy will go to my microwave while we were streaming. R.I.P. that rice, I guess.
Ah.
I think we need a new microwave. Why does every electronic have to have a bug in it?
Alright. Nick, any last words?
Predator is awesome.
Oh, there you go. Alright, so thank you everyone for coming. Next week is gonna be another just pretty light week of streams. Because we're just gonna be watching movies all week next week. And I could do so because I'm free. But not free tomorrow. Tomorrow I have to literally dedicate every minute finishing this goddamn paper. So yeah, that's what I have to do. So thank you all for coming. We'll see you guys for a very light week next week. But until then, everyone, have a good night.